I'd like to call this meeting of the City of Urbana Council Committee of the Whole to order. Would the clerk please call the roll? If I could ask everyone to please quiet down. We're going to get going. Thank you.
Ms. Ammons, Mr. Brown,
Here.
Mr. Jacobson,
Here.
Mr. Madigan,
Here.
Ms. Marlin,
Here.
Mr. Roberts,
Here.
Mr. Smythe,
Here.
Mayor Pressing.
Are there any additions to the agenda? Diane?
I would propose rearranging a couple of things. One, I'd like to move items 10, A and B, up to place it under public input so that we can make good use of staff, hourly staff time. And then I would like to switch the order for number 12 and 13 so that we consider fines for property code violations before we consider the rental registration.
I'll second that.
Okay. So, Diane, so the community development goes right after public input?
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
So we make good use of Jen's time.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other changes? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we'll get those done. Okay, first item is staff report on municipal electric aggregation. Mike.
Scott Tuss has done some research, I think.
Well, Gray's going to do it. Okay.
I'm going to take the liberty of staff report to go before municipal electric aggregation. Council members, you're in the presence of a state champion snow rodeo team here at Urbana Public Works. In fact, I'm going to ask John Collins to stand up because John orchestrated the teams, but there were 21 teams throughout the state of Illinois, and Friday we went to a snow rodeo, and for those who don't know what a snow rodeo is, there's a written portion test, there's an obstacle course, and then there's a truck that's like booby-trapped that you have so much time to figure out all the things that are wrong. But our team of Ray Knight and Kevin Morris, who are two Public Works employees, took first place. So you need to feel proud about the skill level of our guys.
Are they here? Are they here?
You know, they're not here, but anyway, I just wanted to let you know that. And the other team members did real well in the respective areas too. But I just thought you'd like to know among folks from the state of Illinois in this rodeo, and I think we may be eligible for a national competition too, which happens later on this year. So anyway, that's it. MEA.
Okay, Mike and Scott? Okay.
Good evening. You have a memo that was distributed to you this evening. We were working on it Friday afternoon and through the weekend, so we weren't able to get it into council packet. This comes from a resolution from council last Monday to do some analysis and review of renewable energy credits, as well as other potential alternatives to renewable energy credits. So again, this comes from last council meeting. The first section, we're just reiterating some of the discussion that we had last time about renewable energy credits, what we spent on them in the first year of our aggregation, and that they're a principal piece of our climate action plan. Somewhere around a third of our climate action plan, our greenhouse gas reduction goals. That plan was approved just after I started about a year ago. It was a 4-year planning process through the Sustainability Advisory Commission. A couple other options that are reviewed in the memo are purchasing RECs of a particular generation date or a particular geographic location. Made note in the memo that those are possibilities. We've made some phone calls to a number of different wind farms in Illinois already, and we've either gotten no response or we've gotten a response that all of their renewable energy credits have already been sold. A lot of times these are sold even before the wind turbines go in the ground. We've also asked our consultant to seek out what that might be, and again, they think it would be significantly more expensive than what we're paying now to purchase RECs of a particular date or a particular region. I also have a paragraph in here about CO2 allowances or pollution permits. They go by a couple of different names. Those are generated in a cap-and-trade system. California has a cap-and-trade system, and there's a consortium of Northeast states that have a cap-and-trade system where they put a cap on the total number of carbon emissions, and then they sell off the rights or the ability to emit pollution within those limits. That is not something that we have in Illinois, although apparently we can participate in the Northeast system. And I've got the pricing in there, and it looks to be about twice as much or 3 times as much as what we spend on the renewable energy credits. I also have just a rough estimate of what the cost of actually installing renewable energy, so solar, onto your own facilities. And it's, again, a lot more expensive. It's just a lower bang for your buck than the renewable energy credits. I have some notes about our home energy performance program. That was a really successful program, but it's very much limited in terms of how much greenhouse gas it can offset in a year. And then finally, there's been some discussion about LED streetlights. That's something we've done a lot of in the city. However, all of our installations are either so old that I can't access the data, the beforehand data, digitally through Ameren's online portal, or they're so new that we don't have a year's worth of data of the LED streetlights being installed. Another complication in doing that analysis is that a lot of our, actually I think all of our LED streetlights are mixed in with other lighting technology on the same meter. So it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison, although if we had the year-on-year data, we would be able to make some conclusions. But that's an analysis that if we're able to get the energy data, we definitely want to do. And then finally, I've got just a note here and then an attached list. Facilities had a list, but they've been compiling of HVAC equipment that has been aging and in many cases is beyond its normal replacement date. Replacing this equipment certainly would yield an energy efficiency gain for our facilities. In terms of bang for your buck, it's not going to be close to renewable energy credits, but that's something that council was interested in, and so that list has been attached. John Collins, operations manager, is here. If you wanted to discuss that further, he can speak about that. But the highlighted areas are the highest priority equipment, and I think there's ages on a lot of that equipment as well.
Bill.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I'm not surprised that the renewable energy certificates would come out cheaper because you pretty much get what you pay for. And with the renewable energy certificates, you don't get any reduction of carbon dioxide. I know the EPA says you can claim you do, but that's because it's kind of like when you adopt an acre from the Nature Conservancy and you aren't really paying for that acre, you're just paying to put it in your name for a year or whatever. So I don't think it's a good value. I don't think it's a good comparison. I'd rather see real reduction in CO2 rather than buying renewable energy certificates. But my question, I guess I need to ask a question. So I guess my first question would be, did you consider the possibility that RECs don't represent any reduction in CO2? And the other question would be on these I'm really glad you guys did this HVAC analysis. I don't know if it took a lot of trouble or you already had it, but this is going to be good for us to go by in the future when we start to replace this equipment. When you looked at the bang for the buck for these, did you also consider that these would actually last more than 1 year? So our $60,000, which disappears in 1 year, isn't really comparable to these things that have lifetimes of 30 years. So that's one question. Let's see. I probably have 6 or 7 more things to say that would discourage us from buying RECs, but I know that it makes up a big part of our renewable portfolio or whatever we're calling it, our goals that we can reduce, somehow magically reduce our carbon dioxide by subsidizing companies like BP that bought the biggest wind farm here in, just across the border from Indiana, or the company in Spain that bought our wind farm in Bloomington. I think they're a poor policy tool. They aren't carbon credits. They result in no measurable reduction of CO2. Comparing to city subsidies we do, when we do city subsidies, we have measurable results we can look at. They have a determined end where we know they'll come to an end, and there's nothing like that with RECs. The most telling thing I think I read recently was to trade RECs, just to set up the infrastructure to actually trade them. You know, you have to pay the traders and the verifiers, the bean counters, to make sure you don't sell more than one for each megawatt. Costs $1 per megawatt hour. We're paying 70 cents. So basically, we're not even covering the cost to trade them. So we aren't getting any bang for our buck. So I think anything would be better than that. So, sorry, you can answer my question.
Scott?
Sure. So the first one was, do RECs reduce pollution? They're not like buying pollution permits in a cap and trade system. And I think that's probably the closest thing to what you're describing in terms of directly reducing pollution. They are a market-based mechanism to encourage and improve the project feasibility of renewable installations. And it's something that EPA supports, and the Sustainability Advisory Commission had looked at renewable energy credits when they were composing this climate action plan, and thought that they would be a valuable contribution.
Eric?
So, Bill, you made the claim last week, and you've repeated the claim that RECs do not provide any stimulus for actually increasing the nation's investment in renewables. That really runs counter to everything that I've been able to find. So I'd very much appreciate it if you could direct us to a fact-based study that would support your position.
Yeah, there's a document McGraw-Hill Financial puts out. It's basically a consulting group, but they put out, I think the publisher's called Platts, P-L-A-T-T-S, based on market feasibility of RECs. And they're the ones that say that the cost of trading RECs, the reason the RECs price has come down and levelized is that it has reached its cost of trading. People aren't willing to sell it for more or for less than what it costs to trade. Maybe 5 years ago, it made a lot of sense. They used to sell for $5 per megawatt hour, 5-6 years ago. Maybe when we were looking at the sustainability plan, they made sense, but they don't make sense anymore.
Can you just forward the URL or whatever for that?
Yeah, I will.
Because I'm at the moment I disagree with you, but I want to learn as much as I can.
Mike, we had a motion before us last week. It's not in here as any kind of a motion. Is it going to be on the agenda next week at council?
It could be. I know they're talking about going out for bids like between September 23rd and 25th, so we'll need to make some kind of recommendation to the mayor before then. So we can put it on.
We passed a resolution last week. I'm sorry.
Oh. Okay. Did we?
The way I understand it was that the resolution we passed basically allows the mayor to pick the plan she wants to pick.
Okay, so we can keep talking about this issue then. Okay.
Until the plan is picked.
Yeah, okay. Dennis?
Yeah, the only other option that council talked about, and we didn't really talk about it very long, was that if we weren't investing in the RECs, that we could change the fee that the city collected for its share in allowing the aggregation policy to participating in the aggregation. And if we raised it, then money could be set aside for making different kinds of purchases. And so I'm wondering if staff had any, if Scott, you had any thoughts about how would that choosing to do that, would that alter our participation in the aggregation policy procedure?
We can choose any city fee we want, and that's something that gets added on after we get our bid price for the electricity. So that's an option. And there was one other question I didn't answer, actually, sorry. You asked about analysis of, like the life cycle of the equipment, and about the list and whether this is just newly generated. It's not even complete yet. That's a work in progress that operations has been compiling for quite some time. You can see there's a lot there to consider. And in terms of analysis of it, that's, doing an analysis of those building systems is something we would invite an organization like the Smart Energy Design Assistance Center to do, which they did on this building in the past, is my understanding. So I don't have that analysis.
I guess any analysis comparing them to RECs is still going to assume that the total value of our RECs goes to CO2 reduction. And it'd be interesting if some part of that $60,000 does make it to the company we're subsidizing after being traded a few times, and all the other money taken out from the middleman. It'd be interesting to know how much of that actually gets to be a subsidy.
Diane.
And we did confirm that when we get the bids, we'll get a bid for 0% green energy, 50%, and 100%. So we will have those numbers as well.
Yeah, and we'll be able to compare that to the carbon offset trading that Scott's put together. So, it might be twice as much, but it might be more effective. And we do have 2 or 3 weeks to figure out, maybe get some initial back of the envelope calculations then. Anything else on this? Mike?
Well, I think Bill has opened up a really good conversation about all of this. I mean, I think for me, what it boils down to is, what's the benefit to the city of Urbana over these RECs? What is the benefit? And I understand we may feel good about buying them, but are they ultimately a tax credit to a multinational corporation whose bottom line may or may not be affected by our purchase of the RECs? And I understand we're part of a global community, but at the same time, we have a lot of local concerns. So let's use the but-for analogy. If we don't buy the RECs, and if we use the 50 or the 100% REC bid, I, as a fairly conservative person, would be okay with a fee that says, hey, we're not buying the RECs, but I'm okay with, as a resident, paying a fee that is the equivalent of that for local good, for energy efficiency here, not for a tax credit for BP, not for some pie in the sky type of thing, potentially. Hey, maybe these things are 100% legitimate, but there's plenty of stuff out there on the web that says that they're basically nothing more than the thin air. So why don't we look at, we could buy the RECs, but if we don't buy the RECs, maybe we can raise that $60,000 for energy efficiency improvements in this city. LED lights, which, hey, you don't need to worry about if you've got halon lights or whatever they call them and LED lights on the same circuit. Get on the internet. You can find out the difference in energy consumption between the two in about 2 minutes. So that's the way to find out about that. Now, don't worry about our meters. I guarantee you it's several-fold energy savings, but they're expensive. So the ROI, might be a bit. But with $60,000 a year over the life of the contract, which what is it, a couple years? Are we looking at a couple more years? So yeah, $120,000 worth of local improvements, or sending a feel-good $120,000 REC purchase to some other company in some other state or country. I think it's a no-brainer. I think we keep the money here, And I would be willing to vote for that fee. It's one of the few I would vote for, but I would vote for that.
Others? Okay, well, we'll have to keep talking about it then. Will there be some additional information next week's council meeting or committee in 2 weeks, I guess, maybe more appropriate?
That might be cutting it close. 2 weeks would be the 23rd. They said that was a possibility. That might open the bids that day.
Okay, well,
we can get more information.
Whatever we
find out.
have by the week, I guess, bring it forward. Eric?
But when must we respond to the bids?
That day.
Okay.
Okay, I guess we better settle this next week then. Okay. Next up is approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. We have minutes from our session August 26th.
Okay, I'll move approval.
Any corrections? Oh, is there a second?
Second.
Moved by, who moved it? I'm sorry. Moved by Dennis, second by Eric. Diane, did you have some corrections?
On page, well, let's see, page 1 of the minutes, fourth paragraph from the bottom, it's just, or no, second paragraph from the bottom, it's the Learman Neighborhood Action Committee, not Association Committee.
Good catch.
Okay. So noted. Anything else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next up is public input. We have a couple of things here. Because of the many pieces of public input we have, I'm going to ask that, per council rules, that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Please try not to repeat anything. And at the moment, at the time, okay. Okay, have I got it? Have I got everybody's? Okay, so first is Bishop King James and Reverend Dr. Evelyn B. Underwood, who just wished to note that they are still concerned about the Dr. Ellis subdivision sewer problems. Next up is Nancy Dietrich, 2803 South Myra Ridge.
Hello. Again, my name is Nancy Dietrich, and I live at 2803 South Myra Ridge here in Urbana. And I'm here to make some comments about the ordinance changes regarding property maintenance code violations. And I wanted to say that I'm not speaking as an agent of my employer, but my opinion on this subject is informed by the 8 years of work as a housing counselor that I've had at the University of Illinois Tenant Union. And first I wanted to say that I think the changes in the ordinance that require code officials to issue tickets to non-compliant landlords instead of it being discretionary is a very good change. I think it sends the message to landlords who don't correct code violations by the city's deadline that there will be consequences for that. Plus, since it's now a requirement, I think it takes the pressure off of housing inspectors and other code officials to be the ones that they don't have to make the decision about whether to fine a landlord or not. And I think it's pretty cut and dry, so that's a good change. I also wanted to say that I agree with the proposed change of raising fines for landlords who don't correct code violations by the city deadline. However, I would like to encourage this council to consider raising the fines for non-complying landlords a bit higher so there would be even more of an incentive to get repairs done as quickly as possible. And as I'm sure you all know, most landlords in this community do make repairs to their properties without ever having to be any city intervention. So I think it would be more effective and really more fair to raise fines on the handful of landlords that fail to make repairs in a timely manner than to charge all landlords higher inspection fees. Now, that being said, my suggestion for an improvement to the proposed ordinance would be to have the initial $300 fine, which was proposed, but couple that maybe with a daily fine, perhaps $50 a day, for each day the violations are not corrected. This would give non-complying landlords a monetary incentive to get the repairs done as quickly as possible, and I think that would be an effective deterrent for future issues. So in summary, I think the proposed changes are good, but I would hope that you would also consider some tweaks that I suggested to make it even more effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Nancy? Thank you much. Next up is Ed Weiskamp, 706 South Race.
Good evening. I wanted to speak about, I think, item number 11, which is considering a change to the zoning for businesses in residential areas, I believe. And don't claim to be any expert about it, but I guess I would ask the council to consider that in its most lenient way possible. And I feel like I'm almost forced to be here because if it wasn't for the city basically turning a blind eye the years that I ran my own business out of my home, I would never have been able to establish the business I have now, and I've done it for 31 years now. So if you're fortunate enough that someone can help you and get you established in the right way, that's wonderful. But if you're a person on your own and you're just trying to get established, if you can't work out of your home, you don't have another possibility of doing anything. I mean, you're dead in the water. Now, I realize there's got to be some limitations to that, but in the big picture, I'd like to think that I don't see a huge problem with this in town, so I'm thinking if we can make this as encompassing of bringing people in and getting a young person established, that's really what I would ask the council to consider. Thank you.
Questions for Ed? Eric?
Ed, I remember that 30 years ago you did work for a campaign that I was involved in, so I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't say that I was on your side, and I am on this issue.
I don't know if your endorsement's going to help with the rest of the council or not. but
It just establishes me as being very old.
Oh, well, thank you. Me too, I suppose, yes.
Next up is Brian Endress, 204 West Nevada.
Thank you. Again, my name is Brian Endress at 204 West Nevada Street. I'm here to speak in favor of a change to the zoning ordinance regarding storage of campers and recreational vehicles in neighborhoods. This is something that is creeping up in my neighborhood, where you have relatively small lots and houses close together, and it's also close to the university. And the situation that I've been dealing with over the past maybe 8 months is that you have someone in a very small house that has decided to expand the occupancy of their house by moving in a camper and then periodically living out of the camper. Now, I can see this as a potentially bad precedent, because I can envision students moving in and just basically living out of the camper. I'm not against storing campers in backyards. It's just you shouldn't be living out of them. I've worked with city staff on this for about 8 months, and frankly, they've done a great job. They've came by, looked at the camper, even outside of normal business hours, because it seems to be occupied at night. At least that's when you can tell that someone's living in there, because lights are on, windows are open, doors are going in and out. But the way the zoning ordinance is written now, it's very difficult for them to issue some sort of fine or some sort of sanction that would end this practice. So, in short, I'm just speaking in support of the change to the zoning ordinance that would change it from saying someone has to be living, sleeping, or housekeeping out of the camper to just occupy the camper. That's all I have to say. I'm willing to take questions as well.
Any questions for Brian? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Dennis Roberts, who has 2 topics to share with us.
Right. I just have 2 things to announce, actually. The first one, I'm speaking as the chairman of the Urbana Sister City Committee. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to tell the community that we've been honored by receiving, for work that we've done in Africa over the last couple of years. This is the African Urban Poverty Alleviation Program grant that the city has participated in with sister cities International. That our program has been chosen to receive the 2013 Champaign-Urbana International Humanitarian Award for that work. And that we'll be receiving that award at the September 26th award ceremony at the I-Hotel. And it's possible for the public to attend. There is a fee for attending, though, because it's a hosted event. So there are going to be some posters and email announcements sent out for people to know about. But I'm very proud of the group that I work with in receiving that award. And secondly, I applied for, I'm also the historic commemoration chairman for the city, or the city council. And on the behalf of Historic Commemoration Urbana, I applied for a grant at PACA. This is the local Preservation and Conservation Association here in town. And I received, on behalf of, really, I guess you'd call it the city, a $1,700 grant award for this year to install signs in the Joseph W. Royer Arts and Architectural District here in downtown Urbana. And as you know, that celebrates the work of Joseph Royer, who was a prime architect in the city in the turn of the century in 1900. And he designed a multitude of facades and buildings in our community. He deserves commemoration. And as the city doesn't really have very many funds in this area to assist, PACA stepped forward with a grant, and I received that letter of award from them just recently, and I appreciate their support. So I just want to make those two announcements.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else, I think I've got these sort of right, anybody else who wants to address the city council at this time before the agenda item is discussed? Yes.
There is a letter that I got that I'd like to read in.
At this point, go ahead.
Okay. So I believe everybody on the council got this, and I won't read the entire letter because it's long, but it's from Cope Cumston. And the issue is the home occupation requirements. And Cope writes, I was contacted by Tim Chow about concerns with revisions to home occupation requirements that are proposed on tomorrow's agenda. These add new restrictions to the current rules, which would specifically limit the kind of business that Tim's bicycle repair shop at Stoughton and Busey is. I think it's important to take a look at this, both for Neutral Cycle and for other home businesses in Urbana. For the climate and organization of home businesses is changing. Tim's district does happen to be in my district, which is why she wrote to me, and I'll speak directly to that later when we discuss the item. But at the close, Cope writes, her letter is pretty long, and we have a long agenda, but at the close she writes, I think it's important to open these regulations to more community input. From looking at the agenda, I'd never have known this question was on it, and to look both specifically and generally at how they will input the character of Urbana neighborhoods. So please ask for more time and chance to consider the impact of such additional restrictions. So.
Okay, likewise, I have a note from Teresa Michelson. I'm sorry that I have to miss tonight's committee meeting of the whole. I'd prefer to make my comments in person, but I'll settle with email. She's interested in the two ordinances that with suggested amendments that are on our agenda, rental registration and property code violations. She was in favor of initiating rental registration programs. If the fees need to be raised to generate money to hire a third inspector, I reluctantly support the idea, but I am interested in having the property code violation ordinance acted on before the raising of rental registration fees is approved. I also think that there should be some reduction of the fee for landlords who score A on their inspections. I've looked at CD's suggestion for amending the property code violation ordinance and am pleased that issuing tickets for code violations will now be mandatory. But I do not think the fine schedule as proposed does enough to get the attention of the landlord who is pushing the limit and trying to avoid paying any fines. I'd like to see some distinction between the types of infractions and a per-day penalty assessed after 14 days. These fines should not be a problem for good landlords, and there are lots of them. We need to get the attention of the fewer responsible ones. I don't think the proposed structure goes far enough in that direction. The other thing she asked for is a monthly report or bi-monthly to council that fines have been assessed or collected for various code violations. So that's Teresa Michelson, the coordinator of the Southeast Urbana Neighborhood Association. Anyone else to add to this? Okay. At the time of the agenda, okay. Okay, next up is Community Development Commission issues. Jen, you're up. Community Housing Development Chodo stuff, resolution number 2013-09047R, resolution certifying a community housing development organization for the Urbana Home Consortium, fiscal year 2013-14, which is a habitat issue, and then resolution 48R, which is Habitat Chodo developer at 1205 West Beslin Street and 1208.5 West Dublin Street. And then finally another Chodo at another Habitat Chodo, resolution approving and authorizing the execution of an Urbana Home Consortium Community Housing Development Organization Agreement. So there's 3 parts to this first one.
Habitat has requested additional funds to build 2 more affordable homes in the city of Urbana at 1205 West Beslin and 1208.5 West Dublin. They've requested $35,000 of Home Investment Partnerships Program subsidy for the builds, which is in line what council has approved for their builds for the 12-13 fiscal year, as well as $7,000 per unit to assist with the operating activities associated with carrying out the program. At the most recent Community Development Commission meeting, there was actually a contract proposal of $69,004 for both homes because we're at the end of our Chodo funding. But with finishing up the 1107 North Gregory project, which was a Homestead Corporation build, they actually came in under budget, and we are able to fund both of these houses at the requested $35,000. So that's the only change from what we presented to CDC. We're now presenting the $70,000 in project funds, as well as $14,000 for Chodo operating for both builds. And I can take any questions.
Mike.
So could you please outline for me what the operating funds will be expended on?
Sure. The home program guidelines are pretty strict on what's eligible. It has to go towards staffing for folks who are actually, assisting with building the homes, the people who are doing the income verifications, submitting the invoices and all that kind of thing, getting the families ready to actually own the homes, doing the home ownership counseling. There are other things that are eligible, like taxes, your utilities, and your rent in the place that you're leasing, your office, where you actually run the program is eligible as well. So there's a short list that's eligible, and they're, expected to stay within those boundaries.
Other questions for Jen? Diane.
I move that we consider items 10A, 1, 2, and 3 in omnibus fashion.
Second.
Okay, and then I'll move that we send resolution number 2013-09-047R, resolution number 2013-09-048R, and resolution number 2013-09-049R to council with a recommendation for approval.
Okay, well, actually, we've got 2 motions. First, the motion to do it in omnibus fashion. All those in favor?
Aye.
And then Diane's motion to send this to
And
council.
I'll second that.
And you'll second that one. Thank you. So moved by Diane, seconded by Dennis to send these 3 to council with a recommendation for approval. Any further questions, comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next item is the sale of certain real estate, and let's just do these one at a time here. Ordinance number 2013-983, an ordinance authorizing the sale of certain real estate, 1205 West Beslin.
This is a lot that we acquired with. This is a lot that we acquired with Community Development Block Grant funding, and there's a sales contract associated with the property. There's a family that wants to move in there, which is why they've requested the subsidy amount for that particular lot. And I forgive me, one of these actually does have a structure on it. Our CDBG funds have been tight lately, and Habitat has been willing to work with us since we don't always have money to demo anymore. They have been recently granted the Attorney General grant, and they're able to use some of their funds to actually augment the program that we've been currently sustaining and working with them on. So one of these lots that are before council, there is currently a unit on there. But other than that, this will just allow us to move forward with the transfer.
Okay. Questions, Michael?
So what is the fair market value of this lot?
Of this lot, and forgive me, I don't participate in the acquisition portion of it. I don't know that.
10, 15. 10 to 15,
I can tell you that we generally acquire the lots somewhere between $7,000, usually no more than $20,000 for the lot, based on the neighborhoods that we're purchasing them in. I don't know if you've participated in the acquisition side of things or not. I'm actually not. I've never sat in on a closed session for that.
Okay, well, I'm not going to pick on you, but I think it's a fair question to know what the fair market value is as opposed to what the cost of the transfer is.
It's being looked up now. My experience,
Sorry to delay things.
my experience on these has been that they're roughly the $10,000 to $15,000 category through the years, as I recall the numbers.
Okay, and forgive me, but I haven't driven by
Yeah,
these
I don't know
lots. I intended to.
if
and didn't get it
Kurt
done.
recalls any of the prices of the lots. Okay.
I think we did acquire these kind of a while ago, and I think we usually discuss that more openly when we're, at the acquisition side of things. That's something we'd obviously want to know. But on the disposition, I guess we haven't really addressed the council with it.
John Schneider here may have some numbers.
Otherwise, if we can't find it tonight, I'd be happy to email council and let you all know what these two lots are valued at.
I guess while he's looking that up, I would suggest that in the future that information be included in the council packet. I just think it's important for the council members to know what the fair market value is of these transactions.
No, get Bethlehem in there.
Yeah, a little more information there.
I typed it, it just didn't go in.
Okay.
I'm sure this is wrong. This is as if there's a good house on it, and it says something like $50,000, but that's way.
Well, you can see the building and the land.
You can see the final on 2011, paid 2012, it looks like it was about 16,000 total. The assessed valuation. So the land value would be 3 times that. Let's say 2890, so that would be about close to $9,000.
Okay.
It's probably similar with the other one. What was the other address?
1208 and a half West Dublin.
Oh, 1028.
Well, it was there.
Oh, it's even less.
Yeah, so it's about 6,000.
Right. Any others?
No, that's it. Wow. No, I just think it would be fair to include that in the packet in the future
Okay.
for these kind of transactions.
So even less than the $10,000 I
Yeah.
was remembering.
Good news.
So,
There you
yeah.
go.
Okay. I'd entertain a motion here.
Okay, I'll make a motion. To City Council with approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved by Dennis, seconded by Eric to send this to council. Any further questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Next item is ordinance number 2013-984, an ordinance authorizing the sale of certain real estate at 1208 and a half West Dublin Street. Any additional stuff, Jen? Nothing. Okay. Dennis.
Yes, I'll make a motion that we send ordinance number 2013-09-084, an ordinance authorizing the sale of certain real estate at 1208 and a half West Dublin Street to City Council with approval.
Second.
Moved by Dennis, second by Diane. Any further questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
That goes to council. Thank you. Thank you. Next up is ordinance number 2013-986, an ordinance amending Urbana City Code, Chapter 3, Section 343, increasing the number of Class A liquor licenses for Black Rock Pizza Company, LLC, 142 Lincoln Square. They're taking over the 88 Broadway space. Yes, Mike?
I'll need to recuse myself from the liquor license votes.
Any discussion on this item? Entertain a motion?
Move
Diane?
approval.
Okay.
I move that we send ordinance number 2013-09-086 to council with a recommendation for approval.
Second.
Moved by Diane, seconded by Eric. Any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that goes to council. Next up is ordinance number 2013-987, an ordinance amending Urbana City Code, Chapter 3, Section 343, increasing the number of Class R2 liquor licenses for Sitara Indian Restaurant and Lounge, LLC, 114 South Ray Street. Miss Holly Finley Gomez is here if we have any questions. She's in the back of the room. Are there any questions on this one? Entertain a motion.
Move to send to council with a recommendation for approval.
And I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Eric, seconded by Dennis. Any further discussion?
Yeah.
Dennis?
I like Indian food.
I will point out they are also open, soft opening here, so if you haven't tried them yet. John, did you have something additional, John? Oh, yeah, go ahead. No, not yet. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that goes to council. Thank you. Next up is a presentation on Aspen Court Urbana Townhomes proposed redevelopment, and John Schneider is here to introduce these speakers.
Actually, it's just one speaker. We have with us Kyle Peterson, who is the Development Director for Herman Kittle Properties Incorporated, and they have offices in Illinois and in Indianapolis, Indiana. Kyle is here to make a presentation about the proposed redevelopment of the Aspen Court Urbana Townhomes site.
Council, staff, thank you for having me here tonight. Just go ahead and start off, tell you a little bit about our company as well as the proposed development. My contact information is here if you wish to contact me at any point after this presentation. As John mentioned, I'm the development director for our company. We're based out of Indianapolis. We are a multifamily rental ownership development group with 7,500 units under ownership and management, and we also third-party manage multifamily properties that serve families and seniors with a total of 8,500 units. We're vertically integrated. We have in-house architecture and design, contractors, as well as finance and property management. We've been around since 1948, started off building single-family homes, and in about the 80s, Mr. Herman met Mr. Kittle, and they started working in the multifamily industry, building new complexes and also acquiring existing. Since then, we've grown our company to over 70 properties. Our strategy is to purchase, hold, build value through retention of current residents and through our management group. We've developed a multitude of different product types over the years: townhomes, single-story senior buildings, multi-story single buildings, single family, and we've worked on quite a few different projects. As I mentioned, we've done new construction and rehab. We're also very familiar with utilizing multiple financing sources to complete projects. So the site I'm here to talk to you today about is on the east side of Urbana. It consists of the Aspen Court townhomes and the now vacant Woodstone townhomes. Woodstone Townhomes was an apartment complex that was built in 1976. It's gone through the foreclosure process, and it's fallen on some hard times. It's really, I attribute a lot of the failure to that project due to the design and the high amount of density in one concentrated area up on the northeast corner of that site. and in 2012 is condemned and purchased by the city, I believe. Aspen Court is the property that's just to the south of Woodstone. It was built in '74, 146 units, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments. There are layouts that are pretty attractive actually at this complex itself. There is 1.5 bathrooms in the 2 bedroom units, which is something that's lacking in the market. And then there's also 48 project-based Section 8 units at this property, and right now it's 65% occupied only. So really, there's these two properties in this area here that are somewhat dragging the community down. If you look at the single-family homes surrounding this property, there's quite a few that are in foreclosure, just not well maintained, and it seems like these two properties are really an eyesore on the community and have been dragging that area down. You know, with Woodstone being vacant, I know over the years it's been kind of a harbor for negative activities. It's had a negative effect on the surrounding properties, and it's just the overall deterioration of housing stock in that eastern side of Urbana. So the goal here, or the thought, is to do comprehensive redevelopment in this area. Turn this section of town into a catalyst for new investment, turning an eyesore into an asset. And one of the things that we looked at, and I know the city's actually already in process of looking at doing this, but is taking down the Woodstone townhomes, which, again, I think have had a tough design and a hard time lasting in the market, and redeveloping that property with less density than the 156 units that are currently there. So we could potentially pull in the Woodstone townhomes and Aspen Court to create a comprehensive community in that area. These two properties are kind of right in the central location of that neighborhood right there. Looking at redeveloping the communities, we'd look to do a new community room, a game room with media room, the business center, fitness facility, pool. A bark park is one of the common things that we have at our properties. Also, gardens, parks, and playgrounds. And I know that there's a very popular garden that's up at the northeast corner of where the property currently sits that we've looked at potentially making a feature of this development or working with the city on. The goals of the redevelopment would be to reinvigorate this area, reweave the fabric of these developments back into the existing neighborhood, improve the quality of the housing for the existing residents who are there, and provide new high-quality housing for low and moderate income individuals there. So several different financing sources that we've looked at: 4% tax credits, Preservation Now loans, donations, Section 8, capital funds, home, CDBG, TIF. Those are all different type of sources that we've used to evaluate the redevelopment of this location. And a general timeline on this project: we've met with the Housing Authority of Champaign County to discuss the concept. We've also met on a couple of occasions with staff here in the city. Just earlier today, I was meeting with the LNAC group to talk about the development and some of the members who have been living in that community and their experience with the properties. Then moving into September, looking to starting to come up with some design ideas for the project itself, and potentially in September submitting a tax credit application for some of the financing, looking to close in March of 2014 and start construction. Overall, this would be a partnership between our firm, the City of Urbana, and the Housing Authority of Champaign County. A couple of the different projects that we've worked on that are very similar to this. This is a redevelopment of 300 public housing units in Hamilton, Ohio, that I personally worked on. That's going to be completing construction just this next month. It involved tearing down the first phase, which was 150 homes, and redeveloping it with this townhome product with the Butler Metropolitan Housing Authority in conjunction with the city. Second phase will consist of additional townhomes, single family, and a third phase of senior housing. This is another most recently completed project called the Julian Center, which was a partnership with a group that provides housing for domestic abuse individuals. They had temporary housing set up, but they did not have any permanent housing. This is in Indianapolis. And they actually combined new construction and rehab. You can't see the rehab. That's the new construction building on that first phase. And then this was a third development that we recently completed called Lafayette Landing, which was an old strip mall that we just turned into a brand new senior housing development. It's my contact information. I'd like to go ahead and open up for questions, comments.
Questions for Mr. Peterson? Dan?
I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you earlier, but I did have one more question, and that is, of all the properties that you currently own, or of all the properties that you have rehabbed or developed over the years, what percentage do you still own and manage yourself as opposed to selling?
I think until last year, we hadn't sold any of our apartment properties.
Okay, thank you.
Dennis?
Yeah. And in the conversation that we've had with the LNAC group, we do know that one of the concerns is that currently in this neighborhood there are many people subsidized housing, Section 8, a very low income, and it's very important for the city, I think, and for the community to maintain as much as possible home sites and shelter for these individuals. And so your plan looks like it might want to upgrade the stock into a point where maybe it might not be affordable for the lowest income individuals. And so what guarantee do we have that the housing stock will be maintained for those people who can afford it the least?
Well, we'll still have the Section 8 contract with the property, which covers 48 units. We'll be working with the Housing Authority to find out what the right balance is there. Currently, there's obviously residents living there. We're not planning on removing them as long as they don't have any issues. The overall key is the health and safety of the residents that live there and that are going to live there, because right now it's only 65% occupied for a reason. And so, we can look at different targetings of AMIs in addition to the Section 8 units. But as we go through this process and working with the Housing Authority, it's going to be about coming up with a balance. So we'll still always have that 48 Section 8 unit amount there. But what that final unit mix is going to look like will be a work in process.
Other questions? Mike?
So what, in your company's opinion, is an appropriate density for the development that would come down?
We haven't gotten to that point yet. We're still very early in the process right now.
Educated guess?
I don't have any number off the top of my head.
Okay.
Other questions? I've got a couple of quick ones here. You indicated experience with senior housing. Do you foresee any mix of senior housing in all of this?
Potentially, yeah. There's a lot of one-story cottage type houses in the Aspen Court development, and those have been very, very popular with the seniors there. So that's one thing that's been contemplated, is possibly doing a combination of senior housing and family housing together, which we've had success with in the past.
Okay, and then you noted that there are properties in the surrounding neighborhood that are under foreclosure and so on. Do you, or maybe this is premature, are you looking at maybe any potential expansion beyond the current boundaries that you've showed here?
No, not at this point.
Okay.
No, we're specifically focusing on these two properties, which seem to have had a rough run historically, and they're large enough that they can have a major impact across the rest of the neighborhood right there.
Okay, and then you've laid out a timetable of between September and November, getting a lot of this underway. I assume this will all go on at the staff level from here forward. when would we see something back?
Probably see an agreement with the Housing Authority.
Okay, so an agreement with the Housing Authority would be the next thing we would see then. In what, November-ish? Yeah, November. Okay. Does that seem about right? Well,
It does.
good luck with this. Do you have any questions of us?
Not this time.
Okay.
The members have been very helpful already, so I appreciate it.
Okay. Eric?
So you still own Julian Center and manage it?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I guess I noticed that this is really very much targeted towards families with needs. It's right next to a major helping center for people in domestic violence, other kinds of needs, and it's so it seems to me very much in the that project certainly seems to me to be very much in the aligned with the spirit behind your inquiry, I think, Dennis.
Dan?
Do you typically have on-site managers?
Oh yes, definitely.
Are they 24-hour managers, or are they 9 to 5? type?
There's somebody in the leasing office 9 to 5, and depending on what type of activities we have going on there's people there afterwards. Somebody's always available on call, but that doesn't. I'm not sure what the exact schedule would be. At least 9 to 5 every day. I know that for sure.
Anything else? We do have one member of the public to speak on this. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
August Johnson is. Oh, okay. 11. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. No problem. Okay, next up is ordinance number 2013-981, an ordinance amending Schedule N, Section 23-193 of the Urbana Local Traffic Code, limiting parking on certain streets or public parking lots. This is High Street. Bill, do you have this one? Who has this one for the traffic? Number 8, yes.
The Traffic Commission met to discuss removal of parking restrictions on High Street between Urbana Avenue and Maple Street. There's an ordinance that's recommending attached for your considerations to removal of parking. For the last few months, we've had the signs removed to see if there'd be any aggravation with removal of these signs, and there hasn't been, and the residents on this street would support it. Years ago, these restrictions were implemented due to a lot of parking pressure in this area just east of downtown, but based on various changes, particularly with the post office moving out east, the pressure has subsided.
Dennis.
This is in my ward. I live right around the corner from this. The people would appreciate having be able to park on front of their homes during the daytime and not just have a 2-hour limit. And as we've observed, there hasn't been any change at all in parking patterns on that street. It's just a very short street with 3 houses on it on both sides. So I'd like to move ordinance number 2013-09-081, an ordinance amending the Schedule N of Section 23-193 of the Urbana Local Traffic Code, limiting parking on certain streets or parking lots, High Street, to City Council with approval, and that would be removing any restrictions on parking.
Second.
Moved by Dennis, seconded by Bill. Descendants of council, is there any further questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, next up is ordinance number 2013-09080, an ordinance approving right-of-way dedication at 608 West Killarney Street. Bill?
Tonight I passed out to each of you a revised plat which has the necessary signature blocks on it. Basically, the city was given, if you will, this property years ago with a previous subdivision. It came to legal division attention that we've been paying a very small but property tax on it. Actually, the extension of this cul-de-sac bulb, if you will, to the frontage road, so Killarney Street to Kenyon, would be appropriate and, in fact, could possibly be a bona fide access for the public if there was development to occur west of the existing hotel or east of the Killarney Street. And then not too long ago, we had a possible development west of the hotel where the access would have been this frontage road. So this would convert this land that's in our name to right-of-way, and we would no longer pay this $9.68 a year, whatever it is, $10 a year property tax. And it would be right-of-way for the street.
Questions for Bill? Dennis?
No, I think it's a great idea, and I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move ordinance 2013-09-080, approving a right-of-way dedication at 608 West Killarney Street, forward to City Council with approval.
Second.
It's been moved by Dennis, seconded by Diane to send this to council. Is there further discussion? All is in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, off he goes. Thank you, Bill. Okay. Next up is ordinance number 2013-09-078, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Urbana, Illinois. It's a multi-part zoning ordinance text amendment, plan case number 2208T13, and this was sent from council. Just because I know many of you are here to speak on this issue, let me just explain our process a little bit. We take a staff report, get any questions of staff out of the way at the beginning, then we'll do the public input, and then we'll have a debate and more questions for staff following that. I think there have been there's some misunderstanding of what this is, so maybe Robert can clarify some of that, and it may result hopefully in fewer comments tonight.
Sure. I'm Robert Myers, the planning manager with the City of Urbana. And just so people know in the audience, about once a year we republish the zoning ordinance, and it codifies ordinance changes over the year. But we also take it an opportunity to make a number of small changes throughout the ordinance that could be beneficial. But we try not to make major changes through this, what we call a multi-part or omnibus zoning ordinance amendment. So there's an ordinance before the council that makes a number of what we believe to be small changes, but we can talk about that. If anyone feels like it's something larger than that, we could always come back with a separate amendment. But I'll explain specifically about the home occupation permits. Over the years, we allow home occupations in Urbana. We issue anywhere from 2 to 7 home occupation permits a year. That's what we've done since 2008. And they range from a whole variety of things, but they've included home offices, internet sales, bicycle repair shop, a second bicycle repair shop, services, a home daycare, home offices, even hairstyling. I would say our ordinance is more permissive than a lot of communities. We have 2 different levels of home occupation permits. One without a certificate of occupancy, and that's the type that where you can't even tell there's a business taking place there. And then there's a second level where we do a home occupation permit and an inspection, and that's where customers come to the home, and it's a little more obvious that something is taking place there. But we actually come out, do an inspection, we'll check out the electrical and some things like that. But both of these require issuance of a home occupation permit. We do allow through this the higher level to have one employee that doesn't even live at the house, which is something a lot of communities don't allow. We also allow some limited retail sales out of a home, but typically it's incidental to a service. Like if you're a hairdresser, you can sell shampoo or things like that. We also allow mail order. would allow people to drop ship, for instance, take orders over the internet and drop ship from a manufacturer, or even to do some shipping from the house, some limited shipping. But over the years, we've had certain practices that, certain protocols that we've followed that have never been actually codified in the ordinance. And I'll give you an example. One is that we have not allowed out-and-out retail stores out of a home. We have had some applications for that, and those have been not permitted. For whatever reason, we had 2 candy stores that wanted to operate out people's homes, applications in the last few years, and we did not allow that. These are these are residentially zoned areas that are zoned for residential, and where someone wanted to have candy stores out of their home. And there was another one that was an air gun store, a pellet gun store that someone wanted to operate out of their home. And we did not permit those. But on the other hand, people they want to sell candy through the internet and drop ship or something like that. That's a different matter, and that could be allowed. So what we've tried to do is try to codify. What we're proposing to do is try to codify what our practice has been over the last number of years in terms of retail sales out of the home. And so that's what we're trying to do is clarify through the home occupation permit. But I do understand that people have concerns about will this limit existing home occupations, and we're trying not to do that. We're trying to not change the rules, so to speak, for existing home occupations, but to look in the future toward new ones that come our way, new applications, to provide guidance to the zoning administrator when they say yes or no for these permits.
Questions, Diane?
As we look to expand UC2B, one of the things we've heard over and over again is this will allow people to be entrepreneurs and work from their home, and whatever kinds of businesses that would involve a broadband connection, it would facilitate that. So how will these text amendments accommodate whatever UC2B brings to our neighborhoods, or is that something we just deal with as it comes up?
I don't think it would change the nature of what the ordinance would and would not permit, actually. There are lots and lots of home offices, all kinds of services, internet, web design, tax consulting. I mean, there's just so many services that can be provided, and where a majority of the business is done through the internet. I'll give you an example of a type of business that we did not permit. Someone was selling, they hadn't applied, and they didn't have a home occupation permit, but they were selling online pellet guns, and they had a semi-tractor trailer backing up on their residential street. This was in Behringer Commons. And neighbors started calling and saying, hey, we have this business that's operating out of someone's garage, and they're filling up their garage with pellet guns and they're selling them online. Now that's one thing, but if they were doing the very same thing but having a drop ship from somewhere else, that would be different. So we would allow it probably if it's being drop shipped from somewhere else, but when you have stock in trade and when you're working with that number of, that level of deliveries and those large deliveries, it changes the nature of it. So we don't have a lot of areas where we just say absolutely no. A lot of it is about the effects on the neighbors. But we'd like to clarify that just a retail store out of your home is not permitted. It's the same in Champaign. A retail store is not permitted out of your home. It's the same in Bloomington. Town and Normal. A retail store is not permitted out of the home.
Bill, then Dennis.
Yeah, I'm sure other people bring up other points, but I was kind of curious about the use of the term immediate family. I think in other parts of the code we use household or a little more inclusive idea of family. Has there been any thought about making that more inclusive?
We've always interpreted that to mean people living there, so that the effect is you don't without the home occupation permit, you can operate, I'm sorry, without a certificate of occupancy, you can operate just by people living there on site and working there on site. You don't have to have coming and going of employees. So that's the first level, kind of the lower level of the home occupation permit. And then we also allow a higher level of home occupation permit that does allow one outside employee to come to your home.
Oh, Dennis is next. Dennis?
I guess my curiosity was piqued a little bit, but one of the things that's allowed is to have to do hairdressing or hair care in the home. So you could have a barbershop in your home, and the fact that people come for that service is acceptable.
Yes. Yeah, no more than 2 customers on site at any one time for that type of business.
Eric?
I guess I would prefer to have the, I don't know that family does it legally, Kurt. Maybe I can ask you. Is the legal definition of a family for these purposes the people living in the home, or would it be clearer if if it said occupants of the home?
I'd have to look in. We probably have that covered in the main zoning ordinance. That's probably part of the definitions. I'd have to look there first.
I guess given what Bill and Eric have brought up, I think checking that out before next week or whenever this goes up for a vote would probably be in order. The question I have for you, Robert, is could you explain, and I think this is more for the general public, how the table of uses, our total zoning classification system works in allowing and not allowing certain activities?
Okay. Yes, the city is divided into zoning districts, and just generally speaking, the zoning districts fall into residential, commercial, and industrial, and there is some overlap between those categories, but essentially in residential zoning district, it is admittedly our most restrictive district because that's what people come to expect a lot of times in terms of where they live, but we do have a little bit of flexibility. What I mean by that is that a residence is supposed to be primarily a residence, but secondarily, someone can operate a home occupation as long as it's not the primary use, as long as it's ancillary, as long as it's accessory to that use. So if your property is owned residential, you can carry on a low level of business use through the home occupation permit application. But that's always to remain secondary or accessory to the primary use, which is intended to be a household or residence.
And as a follow-up, would you view the text amendment changes that are being made, are being proposed here as clarifying existing practices or making things more restrictive than they were in the past?
We're trying to clarify the existing ordinance and existing practices, but if people feel like that it's beyond that, we're always open to reconsidering it, making it just a separate zoning ordinance text amendment case and reviewing it in that light. But our intent is to clarify the wording of the existing ordinance and essentially to codify what our practice has been, and that is not to allow a retail store out of a house.
Maybe more of a just a comment than a question, but I worked in state government for a long time, and a whole lot of the bills that came before the General Assembly had to do with state agencies coming and saying, we need to change the law. Well, why do we need to do that? Well, because we've been doing it this way for years. So we need the law to reflect what we've been doing. This is the policy-making body. This is the law-making body. So I think it's important for everyone in city government to understand the tail should not wag the dog, okay? And I'm not saying that there's anything nefarious going on here, but there should probably not be the city council catching up to the staff on what we're doing. It should be the other way around. If you have issues with the law, bring them to the council. Again, housekeeping things aside, but it seems to me there's a whole lot of people here who are very concerned about the potential for their livelihood. Guys like Steve Jobs started their business out of a garage. Of course, he outgrew it. It became more than ancillary to his house. But we ought to be very careful as a city government about how policy is made. And it should not be made by the staff driving the council.
Please don't interrupt the speaker, is all I ask. Okay. Okay, so we're going to take comments here. I think people should know that that sort of this got flagged last week at council for this particular issue. It is a complicated one. I've tried to elicit from staff the background of it, and the way I'm reading it right now is that there are no changes being proposed in what currently is in the existing ordinance. If you read all of the parts of the zoning ordinance, and in particular, if you understand how the zoning table works, you know, if you're in a residential zone, you're not allowed to do retail sales. And what the zoning ordinance currently does is it actually explains exactly what level of retail sales you're currently allowed to do. And in fact, the way I'm understanding this is if council and the public want to change that, then this probably needs to go back to the Plan Commission and go through a substantial review and fleshing out. So with that, August, I'm going to remember, please keep your comments to 3 minutes and try not to be too repetitive. I know that can be a little tricky sometimes. So first up is August Johnson, 405 South Sunnycrest Court West.
Good evening. Thank you for having me to speak. I was born and raised here in Illinois, and I went through the Urbana Public School District and then later on to the U of I. And I was raised to value and appreciate our local community involvement, and that's why I'm here tonight. And I'm here to share my opposition to these amendments to the zoning code, or I suppose now enforcing the zoning code as it's written. And I do want to just impress upon the council how much more this bike shop is than just a bike shop. And so Daniel and Tim, who are present here tonight, started the Neutral Bike Shop, which is on Stoughton in Urbana. And not only does it provide affordable and accessible bike repairs for all the members of our community, but it also serves as a community resource for sustainability education. The city of Urbana claims to value green business, and they say they want to promote these practices. And if that's true, they should not put up barriers before local businesses who are trying to do just that. Urbana prides itself in being a bike-friendly community, and the city should be aiding these local businesses that strive to continue that and not deterring them with unnecessary amendments and things like that. I personally want to live in a community where my public representatives are truly committed to their claim of valuing our public health and our environmental awareness. And tonight I feel that all of you guys are given the opportunity to demonstrate this. So I strongly urge all of the city council members to oppose these amendments and in doing so restore our right for a community of free enterprise supported by our local government. Thank you.
Diane.
August, question?
Yeah, sorry.
The shop you're referring to, does it do bike repairs or does it sell bicycles?
I believe it does both. Or not bicycles. I'm sorry. I cannot answer that question 100% fully. I know it does repairs, though. I'm sure we could ask the people at some point tonight.
I guess this question
They do both.
They do both? And so, Robert, would this operation be allowed under the certificate of occupancy section of our ordinance, or no?
We've issued a home occupation permit to have a bicycle repair shop, and that's what the owners applied for, and that was what was approved. And on our ordinance, there's not supposed to be exterior storage of any kind for any business of supplies, materials, and et cetera. And I think in the last few days it's come to our attention that first there's been bicycle sales, and someone told me today 150 bicycles sold in 1 week and 125.
How many?
150 sold the first week of school and 125 the next week, something to that order.
Were there neighbors complaining about this?
I've received a couple of reports about the bicycle shop run, so I drove by. I did note that there was I don't know exactly how many, but 20 to 30 bicycles stored outdoors in some racks. So we just asked them to pull back and comply with what they applied for and what we approved, and just operate it as a bicycle repair shop. So that's what we're asking them to do.
And sales are not allowed?
A retail sales shop is not allowed under our home occupation ordinance, where there's, where you just advertise for the public to come in, where you have a walk-in trade and that sort of dynamic, not in a residentially zoned area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Chris Carl, 407 West Main Street.
Thank you. I just have a short written statement. There's probably others here who are more directly involved in this project. As a former graduate student of U of I landscape architecture and now a small business owner, groundwork, water, landscape design here in Urbana, I'm excited about the city of Urbana's commitment in supporting a diverse set of business activities and very optimistic about the city's continued commitment. My wife and I decided to stay in Urbana precisely because of the city's enthusiasm for supporting small business startups and creative culture, as well as its wonderful public amenities and forward-thinking institutions. So we are working to complement the hard work that city officials do in order to continue to make Urbana a vibrant and unique city. And we would like to recognize neutral cycles as part of that vibrancy and uniqueness. It is my hope that the council can arrive at a solution which can both satisfy the goals of the proposed amendments as well as the success of neutral bicycles. To that end, I would like to lend my support to delay the adoption of the proposal for amending the zoning ordinance as it applies to home-occupied businesses until such time that an association of home-occupied business owners can come together, decide what the issues are, and make recommendations to the council for the council's consideration. Thank you.
Questions? Next up is Guy Tell. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
508 West Stoughton, apartment 5.
Thanks. Well, I hope I'm not repeating myself or repeating what other people said. But like you said, my name is Guy. I'm currently a grad student here at the university. I've lived in Urbana for 8 years as a student, a counselor, a scientific consultant, a teacher, a baker. I'm part of this town, and I've lived for some years in Champaign as well, but my loyalties are here. And it's honestly because, and I rave about this to anybody who asks me, it's because Urbana feels like a community and Champaign doesn't. And it's because Urbana has places like the farmer's market, the food co-op, the art co-op, the bike co-op, and Tim's Neutral Cycle, the white elephant in the room, where vendors and customers can get to know each other in a relaxed venue and see each other as more than just dollar signs and producers. Where business owners can know customers as friends, and customers can get involved with and learn more about how these businesses operate, and heck, become creators and co-owners in their own right. I regularly stop by his place. He lets me use his stuff. We chit-chat a lot. We don't just buy and sell things. We are friends. And in short, my personal experience, Urbana has humane businesses, and the keys to these humane businesses is a combination of their grassroots involvement and their small size. And I believe that enforcing or clarifying or whatever it is exactly that we're doing here to the current law seriously curbs any new grassroots businesses, regardless of whether Tim is grandfathered in, by making it impossible for any very small businesses, which are almost always home businesses and are the soil and water of grassroots, to get off the ground in the first place. I would be remiss not to specifically talk about Tim in particular. As one of the more prominent at-home businesses that I see in Urbana, it seems directly under attack. I've lived here long enough to remember what Tim's place looked like before he took it over. It was basically a dump. He remodeled it, he planted an incredible community garden, he put down a spiraling sidewalk, he redid and repainted the garage, he did it with care, artistic integrity, and community involvement, which is the really big kicker in my opinion.
You have
At any
1
given
minute,
moment,
Mr. Tall.
Okay, I'm just about done. At any given moment, there were and are several thoughtful, hardworking people volunteering their time to be part of what they saw as not just another business, but a movement. And I've heard other people say he's not just different, but he's different in a good way, and I'd modify that to great. And I'm indebted to him for the sense of community his place and his business has given me. But if money talks, the property value of his home has dramatically increased, I think, since his arrival, and you can easily verify that. And such humane businesses not only improve the community, but also its appearance. So therefore, I implore you to strike down this clarification, reconsider this whole issue for the sake of our community.
Questions? Okay, next up, Jonah Weiskopf, 311 West Elm Street, Urbana.
Thank you, everyone. Just to speak briefly, a little bit more broadly, and to reflect on what Mr. Weiskamp said earlier. I just fully support continuing to find ways to promote and enhance and engage entrepreneurs and young entrepreneurs within the community. To be brief, and again to echo kind of what I felt with what Mr. Weiskamp was saying, is ultimately the vitalization or the revitalization of downtown Urbana and the greater business area is dependent on young entrepreneurs who are able to, on a micro, small level, prove a concept as successful out of their own homes and take that to the next level. So to me, that whole idea of sort of giving birth to entrepreneurship and business is ultimately to be supported. And again, the balance is the single family zoning and the sort of commercial zoning. But I think that the more the city council can engage the entrepreneurship and the community vitality that exists within the small businesses that operate out of these homes, the better we are. So that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Questions for Jonah? Okay, thank you. For the folks who are standing outside, we have one seat up here, one seat over here, and we have a couple more chairs that are spare over here, which we can put back out. Yeah, so if anybody wants to sit down, we have a couple of spots up here in front. Okay, next up is Grace Kenny, and after that will be Angelica Huerta.
I don't want to take up too much of your time tonight. I've already spoken to several of you today. Anyways, I don't want to add any more opinions into this. We have different layers going on right now. We've got what's written. That's one thing. Whether it's considered a clarification or a proposal or what's already been going on. That's the word. And tonight we had a lot of people come out because they felt fear, they felt anger. They were concerned about something that they read that they thought was different or even learned was already going on. I think that even though I'm not interested in starting my own business out of my home, I would like to speak a little bit as a resident in this area that we should be considering the responses of the people in this community. Whether or not sometimes they may be valid or not, we need to reconsider certain things that we have written. to be more representative of who the people in the city are. So we may have a certain guideline or ordinance, but if many people are responding with lots of questions, with worry, with concern, perhaps we should revisit it and work with them, work with all the different people in this community who make it what it is, the planners, the city council, the business people, the residents, to find something that really works for everyone here. So thank you for your consideration tonight. I know we are all here saying a lot of the same things, but we would really like the opportunity to collaborate with you because we are one big community here, and we would like to see Urbana develop and stay that wonderful community that we have found it to be. Thank you.
Next up, Angelica Huerta, I'm sorry, 205 North Busey.
Good evening. My name is Angelica Huerta. I'd like to comment also on the home occupancy zoning. My husband and I have lived next to a home business for the past 2 years, and we're concerned that these clarifications are too restrictive now that we know about them, and might even propose that it open up to planning, that these issues may, if they limit commercial, internet sales, that may be even looking at limited retail sales at these home businesses. As the city and as a community, we want to empower these businesses to move from their houses to eventually move to Main Street. So how can we help them get there? So if we can empower them, if we can help them continue fostering the community as daily actors of improving their property, not only in the physical betterment, but actually the goodwill of the community, I implore y'all that you move ahead toward maybe possibly looking at limited sales, going that to the planning committee, but just knowing that we're all here, we want to improve our city, and therefore we want to empower the businesses that are here. So thank you for your time.
Questions? Thank you. Next up, Matt Crosby, 402 West High Street. And I want to thank everybody who's spoken so far.
I checked the box.
Oh, okay, you're in opposition to the changes. Thank you. Michelle Perry, 609. Doesn't wish to speak, but is also in opposition. David Camarellis. I'm sorry, Daniel Camarellis, and he wishes to speak.
My name's Daniel Camarellis, and I'm the owner of Neutral Cycle Workshop. I have a few concerns. My first concern is with the lack of democracy with these new changes. In my mind, a democracy takes into consideration those who are affected by a decision when making a decision. And to my knowledge, none of the businesses that operate under the home occupation permit were considered. I wasn't. And then, as you can see tonight, many people who consider themselves affected by this decision were also not considered before. I don't know how long this language has been proposed and included into the legislation, or proposed to become part of the legislation. But it doesn't seem to me that the members of the community that care and value businesses out of the home were considered, and the owners of those businesses either. So I guess as a question to the council, were any of the home businesses operating under the home occupation permit asked how they felt about the new legislation that clearly affects them? Does anybody know that?
That's a question for staff.
We don't have any retail sales stores operating as a home business in Urbana. So this really affects the retail sales out of the home.
Okay. So I guess that my second concern is that there seems to be this issue that arises throughout history of the spirit of the law versus the...
You have 1 minute.
Sure. Versus the letter of the law. And it's concerning to me that I believe the law is put in there to protect the members of the community and to enrich the community from businesses or any sort of operations that may be harmful to that community. But in this case, for example, we have an air pump outside of our shop that has a sign that says free air, so all members of the community can have access to an air pump to keep their bicycle tip-top. And we were asked to take that sign down, and in that particular case, I feel like the spirit of the law is being ignored and the letter of the law is being taken too seriously, and that's my general concern, that these more language will put more emphasis on the letter of the law and will strangle the growth of new businesses. That's my fear, and it's just generally my concern that I'm glad that so many people came out to be involved in local government tonight. But as a member of this community, I've seen other members of the community without the most basic of human needs, let alone a bicycle or a job, who struggle to feed themselves and to find shelter or friends, and that we're spending so much energy into clarifying very complicated and inaccessible language to many, and that the energy of all you and everybody here tonight is being spent on that instead of areas of the community I think really need more attention. That's also a concern of mine. Thank you. I'm willing
Questions
to
for
take
Dennis,
questions.
for Daniel? Okay, thank you. Next up is Matt Cho, 206 West Main Street.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, as some of you may know, that I'm redeveloping 2 buildings in downtown, and I deal with startups on a daily basis, and anyone from local food, design, social media software, and even transportation. I think the diversity of this entrepreneurial interest in Urbana is one of the strengths, and is something that should be celebrated, and is one of the reasons why I chose to invest in Urbana. And I think from everyone that's talked today as well, you'll see a lot more of this in the future. So to be short, I think, I hope maybe with the current language or even any proposed language, I hope this is an opportunity to reconsider all that and how everyone can work together to come up with a solution that won't disrupt the ecosystem of innovation, but rather promote it. So thank you.
Questions for Matt? I have a quick one for you, Matt. Thanks for speaking. I know since you're starting out in a fairly big way as an entrepreneur. Sort of this is sort of flagged. We don't have anything in our ordinances that is in between. Mm-hmm. We have says no retail sales, though this ordinance actually clarifies a certain level of certain level of sales that you can do that's incidental to your business.
Right.
And so in that way, it actually clarifies the ordinance. But we don't have a neighborhood business light. Mm-hmm. We don't have anything that allows for a certain level of minimal impact on a neighborhood through that a retail sales operation would result in. So I would, I think we're going to need to look to folks like you, Daniel, Tim, and others who are interested in this in developing something down the road. And so would you be interested in helping
Absolutely.
be part of that? I figured you
I would
would
love to be part of that conversation, and I think it's an opportunity that this is opening up.
This is okay. I look at it as an opportunity too to figure out how to do this in the future. Okay, thank you. Question, Eric.
My reflexes are a little slow, so actually I have a question for staff based on one part of Daniel's testimony, and I only got around to formulating it. What regulation did the sign for free air violate?
Well, our ordinance allows one sign that's attached to the building, no more than 1 square feet. And that's pretty standard through any home occupation permit for a lot of different communities. But that's our ordinance. And it's not intended to be a attention-getting device, but essentially just to identify the business or the property. But when you have a sign posted in the yard that says free airs and 20 or 30 bicycles and wrecks there in the front yard, it's really an invitation for the general public to come in as customers. And we're trying to provide a home business that is accessory to the house itself.
Thanks, Matt. Next up is Dave Baker, 1001 South Lynn, Urbana.
Hello. Is it Mr. Meyer that just spoke? You know, he's really struggling with how to manage these businesses like mine and Tim's. You know, I mean, there is nothing in between. And I got to tell you, in all honesty, 7 years ago when I started up my business, my concern was for my neighborhood. I've been there for 35 years. I've lived there. I've bought my home. The year I paid off my house was the year I started my little bicycle shop. And, you know, I did not want to see my neighborhood affected by what I was doing. I didn't want the quality of life for my neighbors to be diminished by what I'm doing. And I stay regularly on top of, you know, hey, Bates, you know, am I doing all right over there? Do you have any concerns? You know, and in all honesty, I'm better at making this decision than he is. I know when enough is enough, and I know that, you know, if you guys got to come banging on my door and telling me, you know, hey, look, this is too much, you're going to have to go find space elsewhere, well, then I don't get to go to work with my grandkids every day and have my dog sitting next to me, you know? And that's what it's all about for me. You know, I don't want to use up too much more time, but people love it. It's a movement, you know? I never thought that the day would come where I have to tell people no, and I can't handle the business. I mean, in all honesty, we are worked ourselves to death in there. We can't handle it. You know, I would love for Tim's to be all over the place because, you know, there's plenty enough right there on my few streets for me to take care of.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Baker.
I don't need it. I'm done. Okay. Thank you very much.
For those of you who don't know, Mr. Baker owns Baker's Bikes.
Thank you, Charlie.
Any other questions for Mr. Baker? Thank you.
Okay.
Next up, Jeremy Wirtz, 402 South Johnson, Urbana.
I guess with this new issue, I'm a teacher. I don't. Do I
Would
have
you,
to
if you'd
sit?
sit down,
Can
please?
I
Yeah,
sit
and
down? All right.
the microphone will pick you up that way
All
for the
right.
audience.
There's two issues that I'm looking at. One of which is
Could you speak a little closer to the mic, please? Oh, yeah.
in the interest of preserving the residential neighbor. In the interest of preserving the residential neighbor, the residential nature of our community. I saw that at the beginning of the proposed changes. If I wanted to live in a bedroom community where everybody leaves for work, comes home from work, people don't know anybody in the neighborhood, I would live in a neighborhood that had a homeowners association agreement that said, you may not do this, you may not do this, you may not do this, you may not do this. I've chosen to live in Urbana because it seemed to me that it was a very vibrant, very alive community. There was a lot going on, a lot of interaction from people between each other. So that's part of the reason why I chose this community. The second point that I'd like to make is that I believe that we should be flipping our dollars in our community. And sometimes when we go to local residential shops, that money is not necessarily staying in the community. So when we're talking about these bicycle shops, a daycare center, a hair salon, that's money moving from somebody that lives in the community to somebody else that lives in the community. And they're probably continuing to spend that money in the community. So I'm talking about dollar from Urbana person to Urbana person to Urbana person to Urbana person, and putting further limits on businesses, home occupancy businesses, I think is not a direction that our community would want to take. That's all I have to say. Any questions?
Questions? Thank you very much. Next up is Mark Tomery, if I pronounced that correctly.
Yes, you did.
After Mark will be James Riddell.
Hi, I'm Mark Tomery, and I think most of what I wanted to say...
Mark is at 105 South Weber Street, Urbana.
Yeah, 1005 South Weber. I think much of what I wanted to say has been addressed, but like so many others here, I'm urging the council to set aside the home occupation provisions of the amendment pending further study, because despite the being described sometimes as minor changes, they're actually significant things that are established in it that weren't in writing before. Also, as far as concerned retail sales out of the home and preserving the character of neighborhoods, the fact on the ground is that there has been a certain level of retail sales out of the home at various Urbana home businesses for decades. And if you want to preserve the character of the neighborhood, then what you want to do is enshrine that and sanction it. It's not the other way around. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Any questions for Mark? Thank you very much. Next up is James Riddell, who does not wish to speak unless he does.
I checked to speak.
You checked that you don't want to speak down here at the
I'm
bottom,
sorry.
but go ahead.
Hi, I'm here obviously for this ordinance on occupancy, and I've got a lot of issues. It seems that after Charlie Smythe's question of our staff member about clarification, our staff member said that it was a clarification. He repeatedly said it was a codification while he was speaking about it, and I don't know a lot about the law, but our lawyer might inform us that if it's not written down, it's not a law. So that to me is a bit of an issue. I'd also like to know how many of the home occupancy businesses have been contacted about this. You dodged the question earlier.
We haven't contacted any home occupations about this, although I would say that I don't believe any existing home occupations would be affected by limitations on no retail sales out of the home or no retail stores.
Okay, I think that's a poor opinion. You actually also asked some questions about Tim's bike to our staff member, and he responded that he had heard some rumors and decided to investigate. That's a pretty poor reason to investigate a business. These businesses are the backbone of our community. I'm from a few hours south of here. I'm new to the community. I've worked for home businesses. They do a lot of work, a lot of good work. And restricting them to one employee is absurd. I used to work for a business and there were 20 people. We'd show up, we'd work in this guy's barn. We did a lot of really good work and we didn't bother anybody. I don't see why we can't have a few people in someone's garage. Limiting sales to appointments makes no sense. If a business wants to operate, it needs to welcome customers. You're putting more limitations on customers to come in. The more hurdles you put on a customer, the less likely they are to come in.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Riddell.
Also, it was stated that the laws here are permissive and very flexible. It's pretty clear that they're not. Restricting how many people can come to your business is very restrictive. And again, where I'm from, this is not standard. Very restrictive. And I'm kind of concerned because I've actually ripped it out. Page 13 and 14 lists some goals. I'm not actually sure if they're related to this of your on the zoning, but the third goal is to promote flexibility and subdivision and development design where necessary. So it sounds like you guys want flexibility. And the eighth goal is to encourage the inclusivity of a private and public open spaces, recreational facilities, greenways, and trails. That's another thing that makes me think you want change, you want progressive thinking. This new
I would move for 2 more minutes.
Codification or clarification really doesn't. And the wording itself is kind of poor. The last sentence in this first paragraph about occupations says limited mail order and internet sales shipping to customers may be allowed. If this law needs to be fair, it needs to be well defined. Limited may, it sounds like we could very easily move into a state where people we like can do what they want and people we don't agree with can't, and there's no rebuttal for them. There's no room for people who want to sell their soft guns in a respectful manner. So it's just really concerning to me, and that's more of why I'm here speaking now. When I came, I'd heard about it, and I was afraid that 2 of my favorite shops in town were going to close. But now I'm just really worried about what Mr. Madigan had said about the tail wagging the dog. Thank you for your time.
James, just to clarify one thing you raised, the zoning ordinance is a very large document, and in it is that table of uses and the zoning. That's the law that establishes that you can't have retail sales, a retail shop in a residential area. So it is in the law.
Okay.
Yeah, so just to clarify that. Okay, next up is Laurel N., and you'll have to, Laurel, is Laurel still here? Yeah, you'll have to read your address because I can't read it here. State your name and address, please, for the record.
My name's Laurel Nobilette. I live at 604 West Columbia, number 4 in Champaign. I feel like a lot of what I was going to say when I first showed up has already been said, so I'd first like to say that I would echo a lot of what's already been said by the people that came up before me. And I guess the main thing that I want to convey is that I think that it should be easier for businesses in residential areas to operate, and that if it's currently restrictive, then it would be, I think it would be a good direction to move in to make them less restrictive for those businesses. And I think that those ideas and changes can be developed without disrupting and possibly suffocating the businesses that are operating currently. I think that kind of going back to what Daniel said, it's worth looking at how this is affecting those individual businesses and taking that into account. I think that in the case of Neutral, the benefit that they offer to the community as a hub for culture and community development, to see them harmed would be a shame. I feel like they've been particularly shot in the arm in that area. It's made things more vibrant, and I guess the kind of community that I would want to live in is one where neighborhoods are interesting and vibrant. And
you have 1 minute,
okay, I don't know who said that, but thank you. I personally want that intimate connection with the people that are serving me, that I am exchanging with, and makes me feel more connected to the process of consuming. And from just a practical standpoint, I mean, as I see it, there aren't a lot of options in terms of retail space for people available in Urbana. I mean, not to mention overhead costs are for new businesses are tremendously high to the point of being a barrier for entry. And I think that to change the way that things are now, to make it easier for commerce, to stimulate commerce, lowering the overhead costs, allowing businesses to operate out of their home, and those savings can be passed on to consumers, which would create a more vibrant mercantile, local mercantile community here in Urbana. That's all.
Questions? Thank you. Next up is Tamara, and I'm sorry, but I can't read your last name. I'm sorry? Dingle. At 2511 Combe Street.
Thanks for having me here. You've heard a lot of things, and I agree with just about everything I've heard. So what can I add to this? I have 3 boys. They are the 2 younger ones, 7 and 9, are very passionate about just about everything they do. Bicycling and taking apart bikes and putting them together, trying new things. We're definitely inspired by this bike shop. The gentlemen who have put it together, they're young people, and they serve as role models and positive examples in our community. And Urbana, one thing I really, really love about Urbana is the stress on community involvement. And if you want to look at it in terms of anything, when I bring my boys over there, we are always welcome. They're always offering food. There are lots of people over there that are just so kind-hearted. They're gardening. They're doing so much for the community. I think they have more recycling things than I've ever seen in my life. And it's an educational experience for my children, and I've learned a little bit about bikes. I'm not that interested in them. But I mean, there's so many positives to this. And as I said before, positive role models. This is a new generation of young people. I've taught music lessons in my home. I know how hard it is to get started, and these guys have worked their butts off to do it. And I want to say clap, clap, clap to you guys. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
They are, in effect, victims of their own success here. That's part of the issue.
And it's a good success.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Next up is Barbara Bear, 206 West Iowa Street, Urbana.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for listening. I'm a longtime resident of Urbana. I want to encourage careful consideration of what's being spoken about tonight. I feel that small businesses serve an important function in our community, providing fair prices for services such as Neutral Cycle Shop, where I get my family's bikes serviced. I think if laws become too strict, it encourages lack of transparency and honesty. I think if the Urbana government is open-minded enough to allow chickens in the backyard, then why not encourage rather than discourage cottage industry? Thank you very much.
I was wondering if somebody would bring up chickens, because that's exactly that's a very good analogy, Barb. Thank you. Last of these speakers, unless there's somebody else, is Tyler Thompson, 105 West Stoughton.
Good evening, members of the council, staff. I don't have a lot to say except for a few experiences. I used to actually be Tim's direct neighbor. When I walked out my bathroom door every morning, he was what I would see. And having his, I feel like one of the two things that seem to stand out with the staff's issue is the retail side of it and the outdoor storage. The outdoor storage never bothered me. I'm from a very, very small place where we used to store things in our backyard all the time. So, I mean, I have my own experience, obviously, and I can't standardize that for everybody that might come after me in that same residence. But they kept it discreet. Actually, the only thing you see when you walk out now is the lush garden that seems to be growing in their front yard. As far as the retail side of it, yes, they've attracted many, many people, and I've gotten to know a few of them. And because there have been so many people on that property, there have been times where my car has been saved from the parking police. They're about to get my car again, and I enjoy having someone that's looking out for me in my own space. Also, I am a student of the University of Illinois. I get the Illini alerts every day, and I have yet to see Stoughton listed on as one of the places that is unsafe. And I also credit that to there's always people out in front of Tim's and Daniel's shop that no crime will happen in front of my place, and I can leave. I've left my door unlocked with thousands of dollars of water skis in the back because that's what I like to do, and it's been safe because I know people are also looking out for me and there. Another thing, I used to, another experience story, I used to be an entrepreneur myself. When I was graduated from high school, I started a small business, and I grew it to about $500,000 a year. And it was one small regulation, one small sticker that cut a guy's finger off.
1 minute.
That took what I had from me, this small little bitty sticker, this one little bitty thing somebody could trip on, took it all away from me, and now I'm back to hoping that I can just pay for gas and groceries in the same week, kind of thing. So I understand this is a very big decision because Tim and Daniel have invested a lot of time and money and energy into this, and it can go away very quickly. I also thought I had another one thing to say, but if there's any questions at all, I'll take. But
questions? Okay, thank you. And next up, Neil Malone, Champaign County Association of Realtors.
Good evening, all. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, always a pleasure to be in front of you. Other than Monday Night Football, might be my favorite thing to do on a Monday evening
what
this time of
we
year.
asked the question, what is Monday Night Football?
I wasn't initially going to speak on this particular piece. I would just ask that I know there's been a lot of folks who are impacted who are here because they have a driving force. They either patronize a home-based business or they own a home-based business. This doesn't just affect that part of the code. This really is a fairly wide-ranging and sweeping set of changes to the zoning ordinance. I would humbly request a little bit of time and transparency to at least work with folks in the real estate and development community, because those are the folks who are also tremendously impacted, as well as the private property owners that these changes will impact. There are things in here that I don't, and I will not pretend to be an architect or an engineer, but there are things in here that I have no idea if it's a good thing or a bad thing because I've just seen some of these changes. Things with, this details length of cornices as to how long they can get out into a yard, or how much of a yard must be that can be taken up by a pool, and the concrete patios that surround it. I would really appreciate an opportunity to get back and at least touch base with my folks who are in the business of adhering to these regulations to make sure that there are no missteps between what is trying to be accomplished and what is the common practice out there in the real world of making buildings safe and habitable and desirable for people. So I would hope that it would be held in committee and we'd have a little more chance for an ongoing dialogue. And again, I tremendously appreciate the efforts of staff. I know that this is a hulkingly large document.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Of very technical information. So I do definitely appreciate the effort of the council and of the staff. I would just ask for a little bit more time to work through it with some of the folks who have to live under the rules proposed herein. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer to the best of my limited ability.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Eric.
So the now famous Neutral Cycle Company is of course in my ward. In fact, they're my neighbors. So we're 2 houses up from them on Busey, right at the corner of Busey and Main, and our backyards adjoin. So and I just want to say, as a neighbor, before I speak as city council person that I couldn't have better neighbors. And they're wonderful neighbors in ways that I couldn't even imagine. It's been briefly alluded to, but they are doing intensive, organic, sustainable agriculture on that lot. And, you know, we share tools and mulch with them. Mostly we share their tools, but we have given some part of our yard for a big mulch pile that they also dig into. And I think they're wonderful. They have, I think maybe the reason that we're having trouble with the zoning issue with them is that they're really out of the box. They're in a category that they have invented, which is sort of a sustainable, an ecologically sustainable and beneficial corner of an urban neighborhood. And I think we need to actually think of how we can accommodate and nurture them as opposed to regulating them. So I strongly will support at least you know, not dealing with this section of the zoning code tonight. And I guess maybe it may be premature to deal with the whole thing if there are other communities that really need to weigh in on it. Yeah. So anyway, thank you guys for being great neighbors. And Bill, I kept meaning to ask you, and I didn't know. I hope that we're not going to give them a hard time about the corn and sunflowers in the right of way, because I think they're great.
Aerosmith has spoken to us and requested that as soon as the corn is harvestable, that it be harvested, because he was concerned.
Well, we'll have to try to deal with that too.
Yeah, well, we have visibility triangle regulations and such. You know, visibility on the street becomes paramount, and we do have a procedure, and it's free for right-of-way. We have a right-of-way permit for gardening and stuff that is the way to address that issue, so that it can be monitored and for the visibility issues and things like that. So we have a free procedure where the city arborist and stuff works with the tenants on developing that kind of thing. Diane.
Thank you all for coming. I appreciate your comments. I do also think we're on from the sound of it and from what I'm seeing happening around Urbana, I think we are on the cusp of a new era in entrepreneurship, and I want to make sure we encourage that rather than discourage it. I'm not sure what form it all can take, but it's obviously kind of starting to grow already. And on a personal note, I'm very familiar with 201 and 205 Busey. We owned that property from 1995 to 2001. When we sold it, it was not a dump, for your information. And now I kind of regret we don't still own it, because are you renting or owning 201 Busey? You own it, okay. All right. So actually there was some entrepreneurship going on there when we owned it. So it's just kind of on a personal note. So back to the business at hand. I do think we need to take a look at the language related to home occupation and have a task force or a committee or something working with the community to come up with some language that fits the new reality and how we can encourage these businesses. And I would expect if there's retail sales going on in, let's just say theoretically, in a home-based business, that there's retail sales tax being paid. Is that a safe assumption? Theoretically?
Tax, yes.
Okay. So you're charging the local. So there is an opportunity for a few dollars coming into our budget in our neighborhood-based businesses. So anyway, I I think it's this section we need to take a look at. I also had some questions that I've been in contact with staff about as far as clarifying the language in section 13-4, which is the Boneyard Creek District, and I think I'd like to see that language cleared up so that we all know what the process is on the application for a creekway permit. And then if there's questions about the open space, I'm okay with waiting on that. And I guess we can pass the text amendments and exclude these three sections if there are still outstanding questions. Is that right? I mean, there's no need to hold up the whole thing if people are okay with the rest of it.
Which one's the open space, Diane?
Well, I assume Mr. Malone is referring to open space.
Floor area and open space. That's sections VI-4 on page 5 of the.
Well, it's.
And it goes on for 2 pages.
Yeah, open space ratio, gross floor area, right before the home occupation language. Is that the one Mr. Malone is concerned about?
There is one of the sections. There are actually several other.
Oh, okay.
That also have some very technical points made.
Okay. Then it
You know, it should be. You know, one of the things we should remind ourselves of is that these are small changes. They're not major changes. They're text cleanups and stuff like that.
Okay.
So you know, if we have a couple of ways of doing this, we can do exactly what you said. Pass everything except for the sections that we want to revisit. We can send this to council with no recommendation for next week and do the parts that are ready, excluding the parts that aren't. We could, you know, one thing is with respect to the home occupation ordinance, you know, the existing ordinances as they are right now, without these changes, do not allow a retail shop in a home occupation. You know, the neutral cycle and Baker's Bikes as repair services are not threatened. Okay, and that's what Robert was alluding to before. You know, the home occupations that are permitted. You know, there's a list of things that are permitted. As long as you stay within those, you're legit. It's that when I read this last week or 2 weeks ago when it first hit our desks, I said, oh, our home occupation ordinance is pretty restrictive, even though it turns out it's pretty liberal compared to most communities. One of the things that I started asking was, can we have a neighborhood business light? You know, that's what we need. We need something that's in between and doesn't have a negative impact on neighborhoods. We have to keep in mind that this has to be uniformly applied across the city. So I think, you know, we could pass the ordinance with the clarifications that are in here now and add a motion directing staff to go to the Plan Commission, develop a task force, and come back with a report within 3 months or 6 months on how to develop this neighborhood business incubation process. That would be another way to go about doing this. So there are a couple of ways of doing this. You know, let's see if we can figure out something to do. Bill, then Dennis.
Yeah, I wanted to say thanks to everybody for coming out too. I think it's given me some ideas. I think hopefully it's given us all some ideas on ways we can encourage entrepreneurship and how to not only make our code reflect how we're enforcing it, but make our code compatible with how people are developing business, how we're evolving in the business side. I did want to say thanks to Robert for enforcing our zoning ordinances as fairly as possible. I don't think it's right to blame him for doing his job. If there's a blame, it's because our ordinance is probably too restrictive, not because of the way he's enforcing it. I do think that maybe we should consider something in between, like you were talking about, and maybe also allow time-wise some display of product. I can imagine somebody who repairs furniture or furnishes furniture as a service may acquire an inventory of furniture over time because people don't pick it up or something like that, and they may need to have a sale once a year or twice a year or once a month or something. And if it's compatible in the neighborhood, I don't see why not. So there may be some things like that too that we could look at. But I do like that first sentence. The intent of this section is to allow for and regulate home occupations in such a manner as to prevent such uses from detracting from the residential character of the neighborhood in which they occur. And I think that in which they occur is important because each neighborhood is a little bit different, and that allows you to recognize that and respond to that. And so I think it's exciting that those kind of businesses are growing in different kinds of neighborhoods. And if we can adjust our zoning or whatever we have to do to accommodate that, if there's no complaints, I think that'd be great. So I'm open to ideas.
Dennis.
Well, it's been really instructive to see so many what I would call creative people come forward and talk about this issue. Which I understand because I have I haven't done it in 14 years, but I mean I have a ceramic studio in my garage, and at one point I used to do relief tile work and sell it at in museums on the East Coast and things like that. But and I encourage that kind of creativity in the community. I live in East Urbana, a couple blocks from here, and this is an area of town where even though it's right next to the city hall, we don't have curbs or gutters in East Urbana, and a lot of us actually kind of prefer it because it's so relaxed. The feeling is that this is and I guess that's why I kind of centered into my house that I picked, because it just felt really relaxed. And I don't know, West Urbana was just a little too tight for me, so East Urbana is a little more relaxed. So now we found this corner on Stoughton, which I'm afraid I'm not a bikist. I haven't been by your shop. I guess my interest, to ask some questions are a couple things. It might not be so much what the activity is, but maybe it's just the appearance as it's seen from the street or from as neighbors see it. Now we found out that the Jacobsons don't mind. Of course, they live behind the house. If you lived, across the street or down the block, and you drove by, and there were a lot of things in the front yard that were for sale. My sister had a neighbor who had a tag sale. They call it a tag sale. It was basically a yard sale every week, and it became a real irritant for her. She didn't want to live next to a continual yard sale. So like say you're a woodcutter, or that you're a craftsman and do woodworking, and you make cabinets or you carve or something, and you do this in your garage. Well, then the question would come around. And you order a lot of lumber, and you start keeping the lumber outdoors, next to your garage and in the yard, and then maybe then you have cabinets stacked up, also, and there's a point. Where's that point where you're being creative and clever, and where are you suddenly kind of going past that standard? And what if you're selling that lumber then to other people out of your yard? There's a fine line that we kind of get to where like maximum gravity takes place, and now it starts looking like something then that it wasn't originally. We have probably a need. Maybe we're listening now to there's a need to come up with, as Charlie is saying, home business light. We do have a zoning division called neighborhood business, where a business that's in a neighborhood that supplies some kind of feature, some material or some retail to the community, that there's a zoning for it. And, I'm just thinking of Secondhand Rose on East Main Street in my community. Well, they keep a real nice front and they sell antiques inside. So, the balance between, being a legit repair shop and then, starting to sell on maybe a regular basis, or maybe, maybe the sales are real strong for a couple of weeks as school starts, and then it tapers off again. But what's the balance between all that? So I thought, well, what if we do come up with this neighborhood light business, and then we say, well, everybody who's got like a little business in their neighborhood, they should be rezoned. okay, there's a process for rezoning, and you also have to connect with your neighbors, make sure that that's appropriate for them. There's not a conflict, perhaps, of interest or needs. But the danger is also spot zoning. And a lot of the work that we go into in zoning and talking about zoning in the community is to make it really fair throughout the entire community. So we're trying to avoid weird spot zoning, because really what spot zoning is that it creates a like a waiver for a certain household or a certain property from other kinds of normal evaluations. So what can we do that's fair, that doesn't become spot zoning, but allows spot entrepreneurs to exist? I think it's a tough one, and I think it's one only the Planning Commission can solve. And it's okay with me to come up with another zoning category, but we can't do it here in City Council. It's really not the right place. So yeah, we're not ready for this one because of the output of the community. There's a lot of interest in it, and so it's probably time to reconsider that. So that's my 2 cents, as I see it.
I would like to add, and then let Jeff speak here, that under the existing home occupation ordinance, you are allowed to build an auxiliary structure of a certain size, as long as you're within the green space rules that your property requires or allows. So one thing that can be done is to, of course, enclose your stock in some fashion. So there's one avenue there that can be worked with. I think one of the issues becomes the amount of traffic that is generated in the neighborhood, and if you have a garage sale on your yard every weekend, you're going to generate a lot of traffic, and if you're generating a lot of traffic, you belong in a retail space. I think that's the issue that we need to figure out. So I want to let Jeff speak. He's got some answers, I think. Eric wants to speak, and then I think we need to figure out how to proceed. We have a lot of other stuff on the agenda here. Jeff.
I just wanted to clarify about development regulations. Mr. Vallone had questions. Basically what we're doing is we're taking definitions for open space and for floor area ratio. We're taking them out of the definition section and moving them to the actual regulation section, Article 6. And then we're also adding illustrations to show where those cornices can be, things like that. So it's not really any changes there. There is one minor change in that article, and that is to make it more permissive. If someone wants to reconstruct their porch, and building codes require the stairs to that porch to be built a little wider, then the change we're proposing would allow for those stairs to be rebuilt instead of going to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a variance. But that's really the only change in development regulations in terms of this omnibus ordinance.
Jeff, what about the other issue that Diane raised? You had the other question, Diane, that you had? Oh, the boneyard section, yeah.
Boneyard, Robert and I were in correspondence about that.
Yeah, we talked about that a little earlier, but that could use some further refinement. I agree with that in terms of that particular
process. If someone were reading
paragraph
it,
that you pointed
it's
out.
just hard to understand the actual process.
Is that something that could be fixed for next week, or?
It could be, yes.
It could be fixed for next week. You've clarified that one, so we just have the home occupation section here to figure out how to proceed with. So let's keep that in mind here. Eric?
So I just want to express a wish on behalf of my constituents that for the time being, we refrain from lowering the boom on neutral cycle until we decide how to deal with that within our ordinances. I think that the overwhelming evidence is that they are as they are now functioning, an asset to the community and an asset to the neighborhood. And I'm not ordinarily one to I really actually take obeying the law pretty seriously. I mean, I'm probably one of the very few people who actually drives at the speed limit. So everybody passes me on the interstate. But Charlie says I'm just getting old. But I'm going to get reckless now and ask for these regulations not to be enforced until we sort out how to deal with this enterprise appropriately within our regulations.
Well, let me ask Eric a question here. You know, the thing is, there's existing regulations and there are proposed regulations. They basically say the same thing. So I guess you basically don't want the existing law to be enforced.
I do not want, yes, I am asking for selective law enforcement. My only redeeming quality is it's not a backroom deal. I'm doing it in public, on video, and I'm just doing it on the basis that this enterprise that they have is very good for the community. You know, it's very good for the neighborhood, and it's very good for the city.
Okay, Diane?
You are too much of a radical for me.
Yeah, I feel young again.
No, I was going to move that we send ordinance number 2013-09-078, which is the ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Urbana, Illinois, to council with a recommendation for approval, excluding the language contained in section 5-12, which is regulation of home occupation until further study, and clarifying the text regarding the Boneyard Creek permit process.
A second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I think after we vote on this, it would probably be in order to have a motion directing staff to flesh out the home occupation piece here. So any further discussion of this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so, and then a follow-up staff
No,
motion.
actually.
Oh, okay, actually. Oh, okay. So, okay. You don't favor sending this to council, even with the exclusion?
I think the whole thing should be held. It just doesn't seem to me like it's ready for prime time. If you want to separate out the non-substantive changes and pass them along, that's what I would be for. But
Okay, so we have all in favor except for Mr. Madigan, who's opposed to sending this to council. And, okay, is there a follow-up motion to staff, or should I state it? I've got one in mind. If you take the chair.
Mr. Smythe, I'd like to recognize you.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion directing staff to revisit the home occupation portion of the zoning ordinance and to develop a task force and work with the Plan Commission to see if it is possible to develop some kind of neighborhood business home occupation light version that would serve as an incubator process to promote and enhance entrepreneurial interests in our community.
Second.
yeah.
It's still yours.
Mr. Smythe, you may have the chair.
Well, I think we've spoken pretty adequately on this motion. You have to keep running the motion here.
Oh, I have to keep running the motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you
Any discussion?
I think it might be a little too specific, but I think, I don't know, maybe it grants enough latitude for staff to bring back any recommendations they might have to accommodate different types of home occupations.
That's the intent, to go out and figure this out.
Anybody else want to comment? Okay. In favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Mr. Smythe, the chair is yours.
I'll move this along. Thank you very much. Now we know what brings people out. When other bicycling things come forward, I hope I can count on you, right? Okay, next up is ordinance number 2013-982, an ordinance amending City Code, Chapter 5, Article 9, Section 583 regarding property maintenance code violations, Sections PM 106-4.4, 106.4.1, and 106.4.3. John Schneider.
Good evening. The memo that you received articulates the proposed modifications to the sections that Councilman Smythe described. The proposed changes include the staff to issue, or the inspectors to issue, mandatory failure to comply tickets in the event that cited code violations are not remedied or repaired in the required timeline. The schedule that's proposed is for the first offense, $300, and if it's not paid within 7 days, it increases to $450. Second offense would be $400, 7-day increases to $500. The third offense, and this is for the same property, $500, and it would increase to $750. And the fourth or later subsequent offense would be $600, and that would also increase to $750. I wanted to, as part of the memo, there was a articulation of the number. There was a spreadsheet that you received as part of this memo that showed the number of tickets that we have issued since March 14th, and I need to make a correction. It shows a list of 34 ticket spaces, but of those, 9 have been voided for one reason or another. So in essence, 25 tickets have been issued, ranging from $1 to $500, and to date, we have still only received $400 in payment for those tickets. So on the spreadsheet, at this point, the late balance due is a total of $5,500. We have 3 tickets totaling $1,000 that, based on past performance, will likely be late as well or not paid. So we worked with the legal division to ensure that the recommendations are consistent with City Code. There's Section 1-30 of City Code and the Illinois state law. And we also wanted to note that imposition of failure to comply tickets may not avoid the need to prosecute violations in court. So with that, we would take any questions.
Questions for staff? We do have one member of the public to speak on this. Okay, seeing none, hold on there, John, but Esther Pat, 44 East Main Street, Champaign. You're not leaving.
Well, thank you. My name is Esther Pat. I'm the director of the Champaign-Urbana Tenant Union. 7 years ago, when Mayor Pressing first met with me to talk about her plan for a rental registration program, I told her that you can do all the rental registration and inspection you want, but if you don't enforce the codes, then tenants suffer, and they suffer a lot. Housing advocates all over pretty much feel, and I do too, that it does appear that city officials' interest in property maintenance code is an interest in buildings and no regard for the people who live in them. A code official will consider it a success, and you'll see it in your reports. If they can get a landlord to correct code violations in 6 months without the city ever having to take it to court, score, the city did well. For the tenant who lives in the apartment, that stinks. I ask you to raise the amount of the fines. I asked a month ago, and the fines are pitifully low, and so what your staff has proposed is making them pitifully low, but not quite as low. The purpose of the fine, there are 2 purposes. One is to be a deterrent. That's the main purpose, that the landlord will do the work to avoid being fined. That won't happen unless the fine is large enough to make it worth it for them to do the work. And the other, which is important, is it's not just to generate revenue for you, but I look at the next item on the agenda, the rental registration, and I'm not against it, but it just amazes me how in so many cities they're squeamish and shy about finding landlords because they never want to charge landlords anything for anything at all. Here in Urbana, it's so bizarre. No hesitation whatsoever about charging this rental registration fee. It's really a quite high fee already. And then now, because you have a need created by the bad landlords, you're going to raise the fee, or you propose to raise the fee even more to cover your cost of dealing with the bad landlords. And who's paying that? All the good landlords. Low fines for landlords who break the law are not fair to tenants who have to live with the violations, and they're not fair to all the good landlords who are spending their time and their money keeping their places up to code. I think the biggest problem here, if you really want to go with $300 for the first fine, although I think that's small, what bothers me about this is you give the landlord a month to do what a good landlord does in far less than that time, and then when they don't do it in a month, you fine them $300 and then give them another 3 weeks, which ends up being a month because of the time, the turnaround. So you just leave them alone for a month, and then you come back, and if they've gotten it done, great. They just paid $300 to buy an extra month. And if they don't get it done, okay, what's the proposal here? Then it'll be $400. Wow. You know, no one's going to take you seriously if you are clearly not taking it seriously yourselves. And that is what I think this proposal is. Nancy Dietrich suggested earlier today that, or this evening, hours ago, that if you want to go with the $300, make it $300 and then $50 a day thereafter. That way, the landlord who didn't get it done by the 30th day because they waited till day 28 to start the work, and boy, that happens a lot, could still have a motivation to hustle, get it taken care of by the end of the week, so it'll cost them an extra $150. And the one who just thumbs their nose, and you're going to be playing this game with them for many months, oh yeah, it's going to come out to, I did the math, I think $1,300 if they miss the second deadline, because it's just going to add up at that amount. I know Diane Marlin mentioned to me earlier today a proposal to keep it at 300, but then for the second deadline, make it 500 plus some amount per day. And I would just like, I think that you're still saying it's okay to take 2 months to do repairs so the good landlord does in 5 days. But if you're going to take any of that kind of approach, I just want to encourage you, set the dollar amount. Don't leave it when you have this, Eugene, Oregon has, the fine can be per violation per day from $1 to $500. Okay, that's a big difference in 1 and 500, and you might think it's so that you could have flexibility depending on how serious is the problem, but what you end up with is what you ended up with for the first 6 of the 7 years since the city council passed the fine, the $100 and $200, $300 fine in the first place, and that's if you leave it to the discretion of the staff, they're on the hot seat, their discretion will be in favor of the landlord, when the landlord is the bad landlord, oddly.
You have
Let's try to
1
make this
minute,
work.
Ms. Pat.
Oh, thank you. Please try to make this work. The goal is keep rental properties up. Get landlords who own those properties to keep them up. And if you're going to fine, have to actually impose the fine. Make the people who are causing the problem bear a fair share of the burden. And when you look at how much you are proposing to charge good landlords, how much you're going to increase what you're going to charge them to cover that cost, there should be a comparable, more than comparable, proportionally greater amount of burden on the bad landlords, because that's the only what's going to work. And by the way, Mr. Kyle Peterson is wrong. Woodstone Townhomes did not fail because of the design of the complex. 25 years ago, that was one of the most high-end, expensive apartment housing choices. When someone buys it who doesn't take care of it, that's when it starts going downhill. And unfortunately, I'm not saying the city causes these problems, but when you let them get away with it, this is what happens. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, I know you just, all right.
Mike?
Yeah.
I would agree with you on the charging of the good landlords more, the whole situation of equity there. What I wouldn't agree with you on is who pays that. It's not the landlord. It's ultimately the tenants, because that will be a pass-through, and I'm sure you would agree with that.
Yes, that is very true.
With regard to the Woodstone, wouldn't you agree, though, that more dense developments do generally cause... I'm not saying design was the total reason for the failure, but at the same time, you've got a very experienced management company coming in here saying, let's reduce the density. And that's generally
if you
a good
want to
thing,
do lower
isn't it?
density because of that location, I mean, that's right. I'm just saying it's not that, look at, Amber Point is not, those are really nice apartments, and it's not like super, super dense, but it's not the spread out in the field. It's a good place to live because the owner takes care of it, and then the tenants appreciate it, and they take care of it too. And when it's the other way around, it just starts snowballing away. And that was just my point. But no, if you want to go low density, at that location, if you wanted to make it all single-family homes, that'd be okay with me. I just think it's really important to see how the recurring theme is: does the property owner take care of it?
Esther, the single trickiest thing in this is is trying to figure out what the right fine level is. And, we've had 3 or 4 different proposals. I had my own ideas on what it should be based on what I saw. We want them to be effective. Is some, good, some reasonably expensive charge and a per day maybe the most effective? I'm trying to figure out what,
so.
yeah.
I think so. I mean, I think, I get the impression, on the first one, I got the impression from when the last time I spoke here that some of you just worried that, well, what if it's a really good landlord who really never does anything wrong, but just somehow they just don't make the 30-day deadline? And I've been doing this for so many years. I've been seeing this stuff, and that just, it's really, there are amazing things. A tenant complained at a Howard Wakeman building about mold on Monday, and they came on Tuesday and cut open the wall and found the moldy mold and pulled it out. And they could have re-drywalled that day, but they left it open for 2 days to make sure it was really dry and there wasn't any more leak. And then they closed it up, re-drywalled, painted by Friday. I see that happen. In my building once, the trash hauler somehow got the Illinois power wire got caught in the garbage truck. Or in the dumpster of the truck or something, and the truck pulled away, and it just ripped out the side of our building. This was a house converted into apartments. There's a huge hole in the back of my building. And that was when I was a renter. I went to work, and when I came back, 12 hours later, not only did we, of course, have power on, but you never know there's a hole in the back of the building. We had to replace the siding. So it's really hard for a landlord to not be able to get those things done in 30 days. But if they really, really can't, you have a mechanism for them to apply for an extension. They shouldn't wait till day 30 to apply for it, but if they can see right away, hey, I need a contractor, can't get this done until 5 weeks from now, they can apply for it. So yeah, I think if you hit hard on the first one, if the first fine is high, they will, I think that more landlords will take it seriously. And the majority of landlords are good. The problem is that majority who are good don't own the majority of the properties. That's really what hurts tenants, is that some of the bad actors are big companies, and they are what I call the frequent flyers at code enforcement, and they're just going to keep being that way until you just make it more profitable for them to do the work, because eventually they're going to do it. You're not like some cities where the inspectors just throw the report in the file and never look at it again. Your folks follow up, but to get the repairs done this month rather than 5 months from now, and with a lot less city staff time being spent on it, I think is possible. It hasn't been necessary to those landlords so far. Why bother rushing if the city's not going to really hurt them if they don't?
Okay. Any more questions? Okay. Thank you, Esther.
Thank you.
Any more questions of staff? Bill?
I guess one of the things that's making it hard for me to decide what level to raise things to is that there's been $10,000 worth of fines and late balances due, but only $400 paid. So how does that work? How do we get the money? And if we raise the fines, are we going to get more money, or is it just going to be unpaid?
I can tell you it's not $10,000 actually. It's the right-hand column says the late balance due is $5,500, and then there will be about $1,000 worth of tickets that are now outstanding. If those don't get paid, they'll move into the late balance due. But right now the total is $6,500, of which we've received $400. And the way we do the collections, and this is a work in progress, is we're working with our finance department to send a late notice letter, and if they don't pay after that late notice letter, we would then turn them over to our legal division to pursue remedy in court. But as I understand the process, our legal division would also send them a letter and that basically says, if you don't pay this, we're going to take you to court. And if they don't pay it, then they take them to court. Is that accurate, Kurt?
Okay. Is that your answer, Bill? Is that enough? Okay. Dennis?
So, would it not be a legal procedure to just revoke their right to rent the unit that is in question? If there's, if they're not pursuing the, stipulated repair and they become, late, I mean, one could take one to court, and that's a court procedure that goes on and on. But does the rental administrator have the right then to say that this unit is no longer rentable, and that, give them, due notice for that. I mean, that's pretty extreme, but I mean, is that just as effective, or is that illegal?
That the revocation of rental registration is articulated in the ordinance in the city code, and I can't cite it. I thought I had it with me here, but there's a certain process that we have to go through to revoke the rental registration, and I think that the key is it has to be classified as a Class F in order for us to do that. And then I'm looking at Kurt because hopefully he might remember at least parts of the ordinance whereby it has to be classified as a Class F, which means it's not. It's seriously in non-compliance with code. Do you have it?
I think
Diane?
I think we also have the option of not renewing rental registration if there are outstanding violations. I think I remember that was in the ordinance, but.
Class F says that buildings not in compliance with rental registration program may not be occupied for rental. Violations leading to a Class F designations are violations, one, which render the unit unsuitable for habitation according to the city's health, life, safety, and/or property maintenance codes, after notification and reasonable opportunity to remedy such violations. 2, repeated and willful violation of the city's zoning code, including but not limited to occupancy requirements. Or 3, the use of the unit for criminal purposes as demonstrated by adjudication of the owner or a tenant for the manufacture, distribution, sale of drugs as set forth and defined by the Illinois Criminal Code. The Class F designation shall be withdrawn when the underlying violation has been remedied, or in the case of subsection 3, there has been a change of ownership in the unit. The subject tenant has been evicted and/or the owner has taken appropriate steps to prevent the unit from constituting a continuing threat to the public.
So I've got, then my question would be, it sounds like if the unit becomes uninhabitable, I think that's what I understood, that it was no longer safe or healthy or something, that would be one reason to do it. I wonder if we might consider adding, another corollary to that is that if there's continual outstanding unpaid fines, that it becomes also Class F.
Kurt?
Alderperson Marlin is correct. That's already in the ordinance. If you have fines, if you have outstanding fines to the city, that could be a basis for non-renewal of the registration.
And so that could be an empowered way of dealing with
So
requiring.
instead of revoking it, it's in Section 4B. No owner shall be allowed to register any property if the owner has outstanding fees or fines owing the city. So,
But we might have to wait a year or 10 months before we reach that point, right? That's the only problem.
we do renewal on October. We send out the notices October 15th every year. They're due November 15th.
Yeah, but it's an annual thing, so depending on when the malfeasance occurs, there could be a long wait for it to come up for reinitiation.
Yeah, but it still catches up with them, so. Diane?
So I'd like to shift the focus a bit. I've been a landlord for 37 years. The single biggest issue that I've received complaints, comments, and emails and phone calls on the last 4 years has been related to property maintenance and management issues by far, because I'm lucky enough to have like the poster child for bad landlords in my ward at the moment. So I've given this a great deal of thought and spent a lot of time talking with Esther, and today I've had a long conversation with Kurt Borman and John Schneider, and I've put together an alternative proposal for a different approach to the same problem, and John and Kurt have it, and I just passed it out to council. So I'd like to just explain my way of thinking on this and see if we can go anywhere with that. Everyone agrees that the main goal of these fines is to maintain safe and decent living conditions for tenants, for the neighbors, for the neighboring property owners whose properties are devalued by bad management and maintenance, and the neighboring landlords whose properties and businesses are damaged by bad landlords and neighborhoods. I hear from them too. And we have to keep in mind that these fines are not for the violations themselves, therefore failing to comply with repairs of the violations. If a person has violations or a landlord has violations and they get the work done and fix the problem, there are no fines. So I don't have a problem with higher fines for missed deadlines. But what I did have a problem with was fines that seemed to be one size fit all, and a fine for missed deadlines on a broken window screen was going to be the same as a fine for a missed deadline on a gas line about to explode. And I thought it made more sense for the fines to be tied or to reflect the severity of the violation and the actual threat to livability and health and safety of the tenants, because in the end it's the tenants who pay the price, as Esther pointed out. So I was proposing and thinking about this in terms of tying the fine schedule to the 3 existing categories in our property maintenance code. And those categories are A, violations that affect imminent health or have a life safety threat. Examples of those would be like leaking gas lines or inoperable toilets or blocked fire exits or malfunctioning plumbing to the point where, and I would put black mold in that category, and I would put massive roach infestations like I experienced when I went into one of the properties on Fletcher Street, where the roaches are pouring out of the smoke detectors and out of the cabinets and getting into the refrigerator because the refrigerator is also inoperable or non-functioning. So that's category number 1. Deadline for compliance with code violations in that category is set at 1 to 3 days, and for many of these violations, inspectors currently set a 1-day repair. If you don't have an operable toilet, that is a very serious problem for anybody living in a building. If you don't have a furnace that works in the middle of winter, that is a health and safety issue. I'm proposing for the first missed deadline, and these are the ones that we really need to get, we need to be serious about all of them, but these are the ones that I think should have the highest fines for missed code violations. So for the first missed deadline, the minimum fine paid within 7 days would be $600. If it's paid after 7 days, $700. A second missed deadline, then it goes up to $750 plus up to $750 a day. That's the maximum allowed by code, and it gives our legal staff some discretion in setting the actual fine. If you go too high, the judge is going to throw some things out or look at you kind of like it's too high. But at least you can go from $1 a day to $750 a day, depending on the severity of the fine, and then you can take into account the landlord's history. If it's somebody like the person in my ward, I'd say throw the book at him and go maximum all around because he deserves it. You know, he's had it. The second category of property maintenance code are those violations that deal with livability issues. The deadlines for compliance with those is currently 1 to 5 days. For the first missed deadline, minimum fine paid within the 7 days would be $450. After 7 days, $600. Second missed deadline, again, $750 up to $750 a day until the violation are corrected. And these are things like that really are serious things too, but they're security locks on windows and doors, broken door frames, inoperable smoke detectors, inoperable range or refrigerator. Frankly, I think they should be in category 1, but you can set a deadline for compliance for 1 day. Then the third property maintenance code category that we have in our code is for routine maintenance. Those are things like a dripping faucet, one that's not flooding a room, but it's a dripping faucet. If you're paying the water bill, it adds up and it should be fixed. Missing covers for electrical outlets, things like that. That would, first missed deadline, minimum fine would be $300. After 7 days, it's $450. Second missed deadline, $500, plus up to $750 a day. Now, for an electrical cover, nobody's going to find somebody $750 a day. But maybe, you know, if it's a GFI thing, maybe $1 or $2 a day. But I just think these fines should reflect the severity of the violation, and again, they are not for the violation itself, they're for missing the deadline for fixing the violation, and they should reflect the consequences to the occupants for that. So that's the approach that I would advocate that we take. I also would request or require that Building Safety Division give us a probably bi-monthly report, similar to what we got in our packet today, that would summarize the property address, the fine amount, the date issued, the date due, the amount paid, the date paid, the late balance due, the owner, the PIN number, and the violation status. And if it's included in our packet, it is then public information, and people who want to see who's doing what in this city could get a very nice snapshot of how our property owners are responding to their responsibilities. And then third, in looking at this section PM-104.6.1, they list examples of violations under each of these three categories, and talking to John, you know, they require a inoperable water closet, which I would just say that's a toilet, right? I mean, they require that to be fixed in one day anyway, so why not move that up into, I would say that's an unsanitary and unhealthy condition. That's not just a livability issue. So we may need to update the examples that are given in our own property maintenance code so that people really know, so that it reflects what we're actually doing. And then the fourth thing is we need to change another part of our city code to allow maximum fines up to $750, because right now it limits it to $500 for building code violations, and that's just some change of some numbers. So that would be my proposal.
Okay, I think John can answer the very last item. You had a clarification here, or here is a schedule?
No, that's what she was quoting.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so we need a motion to get this done. So, Dennis?
Oh, well, okay. I would say that I support Diane's thinking very strongly. I think it's customized to the need that we've been told about. It's a kind of like a gradated scale of judging the quality and the problem and addressing fines that are appropriate to it, and even allowing for a certain fair amount of time to repair, and then an accelerated fine thereafter when deadlines are missed. And I think the idea of having a report, whether it's bi-monthly or quarterly, I don't know which one to go with that, but at least we get some feedback on a fairly regular basis about which would probably indicate to us where compliance to our code are failing, and what properties are doing that. So I think it's true that it's probably better to be a little more forceful in the fines, since if a person's in compliance, they're going not to be fined in the first place. So all they need to do is take care of their the situation in a reasonable manner, and they're going to avoid the fines after being noticed.
Okay. In the interest of moving this along, I would suggest a motion then that takes the existing ordinance as proposed by staff, amends it with Diane's suggestions, sends it to council at the time it's, it might not be ready by next week, but in 3 weeks it might be ready. I don't know how quickly it can be done.
There's part of it, the very last one, to update the three categories of code violations. I think these are the ones that we have are fairly accurate to what's life safety and what's livability. And we would basically, if they're like, as I articulated before, that second section, we can require correction between 1 to 5 days. So not having a toilet is not. So I'm concerned about changing that around. We would have to change the ordinance, and this is a kind of a guideline. But we also refer to the property maintenance code as to what constitutes life safety items as well, and the inspector's experience compared to livability items and then the routine maintenance items.
Okay.
Is that okay if we leave that part out of the change, because we're looking at the fine section and you're incorporating 104.6.1, which is not part of what we have now.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion.
Right.
So moved.
And
Okay, it's been moved by Diane and seconded by Dennis to take the existing ordinance with Diane's modifications, as with the exception noted just now, with respect to the definitions. And send it to council when it's ready from staff, or can you get it done for next week? Okay, for next week then. Is it no?
Attorney's not here.
Oh, okay. So for council meeting, not the next one, but the one after that, is that okay? Okay. They're nodding okay on that one.
23rd is committee of the whole.
16th.
The
Well,
30th is the 5th Monday.
it'd be the first meeting in October. October 7, I believe, is the first meeting in October. Is that right? Okay, so the motion is to send this to council on October 7th. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, let me find my agenda. Okay, next up is ordinance number, this is item 12 on the agenda, ordinance number 2013-08, 76, an ordinance amending Urbana City Code, Chapter 14, Section 14-7 regarding the schedule of fees, the annual rental property registration for fiscal year 2013-14. And John, are you?
Good evening again. This is actually an update based on council request for an ordinance that was presented at the August 26th meeting requesting an increase in rental registration fees. The memorandum and attachments provide additional information requested by council in the last committee meeting. We included a breakdown of the inspector's activity, and that was this sheet. That includes systematic and tenant complaint inspections broken out, other inspections such as certified housing and hotel motel inspections, the total number of inspections per day and per inspector, and that's also included in the memo. That's fleshed out in the memo, and information about the other activities, the daily activities of the inspectors, what they do every day, day in and day out. We also contacted other communities who have rental registration programs and included a table, that's this sheet here, that shows the numbers, their numbers, the units, the number of units, the inspectors, number of inspectors, the inspection cycle, the number of inspectors per unit, or units per inspector, I guess it is, and the fees. The fees are broken out as well. Basically, the housing inspection program, we believe that's understaffed and in need of additional inspectors in order to achieve program goals. And I think we also included a summary of our 2006 survey that we did in anticipation of the actual rental registration ordinance. So I think that's... Oh, yeah, the incentives for those who are classified A, we're suggesting that we would recognize those properties, post a highlighted listing of Class A properties on our website to highlight this accomplishment. Also recommending registration fee for properties receiving this designation be waived for the following registration year as a reward and incentive. And I took a count. Right now we have 74 properties that are classified as Class A on our list. The 8,900, the 8,900. I don't know how many properties it is. I know it's 8,900.
Well, is that
units.
9,000 properties or 9,000 units?
It's 8,900 units.
800 units, so
Right.
75
properties, 75 addresses.
So it could
I
be
didn't
multiple
really
units.
quantify the number of units in those. It was just those addresses.
Okay. Questions? I've got a couple. Bill?
Yeah, this is really helpful having this comparison. I was looking at Normal. To compare us to Normal, they have 3 full-time equivalents and about the same number of units, but their fees are a lot lower, so I assume that they aren't covering their expenses with their fees probably, unless they have really high penalties or something, because their fees are only $7 per unit after $40 per building. And it said they inspect every year, and they seem to accomplish that. But obviously, our inspectors are working hard, and I think we do need a third inspector. So, did you get any indication from the cities when you were surveying whether their fees completely cover their expenses? And maybe that's something we should consider, that maybe our fees shouldn't completely cover our expenses. There's benefits to other people besides landlords and tenants.
Sure. We didn't ask that question. One thing that sense I got from the communities, and we split this up among myself, Stephen, and Libby when we were getting this information, the sense I got with everybody I spoke with was they were, no matter how many inspectors they had, because of what's happening in the economy, the changing times, the other things that they're being asked to deal with, they were all understaffed. Every person I talked to said they could use more staff people. And specifically with Bloomington, they said their program, they originally had one full-time employee, actually two full-time inspectors, and then they had, if I recall correctly, they had 3 to 4 people from the fire department who were helping them inspect. So what they've gone to is fewer inspections. They say that their inspection cycle is 1 to 5 years, depending on the grade, and the grade that is given to the apartment unit. But they have 12,000 units, and I can't imagine 2 inspectors and 1.5 inspectors being able to even cover the problem properties they had, and they articulated the need for more inspectors as well.
Eric.
So a number of us expressed the notion that it would be good to have 2 scales of fees, one for landlords who had created problems and another set for those who had not. And in fact, I'm pretty sure that I explicitly asked staff to consider that. That's not reflected here. We are charging the increased fees to everybody except for a few landlords who will not, who will be relieved for a year. Is it not feasible to keep the fees the same for the majority of landlords who are good landlords, and increase the fees by a larger amount for the minority who are creating the need for the additional inspector?
I think that would. I think it's feasible. I don't know if legally it's feasible. Do you have a sense with that, Kurt?
Oh well, so for example, I was thinking of having higher fees. Let me put out a possibility: higher fees for any landlord who has missed a deadline in fixing a violation in the last 3 years. So basically, that's augmenting the fine by making that person, pay higher fees for the next 3 years.
Libby?
We did hear comments about incentives, which is why we added the waiver for receiving the Class A. But trying to parse it out the way you're suggesting would mean that we'd have to be on top of the rental registration inspections, which we're not. So we don't have current information because we're not able to inspect all the properties because we don't have enough staffing. However, we did add some additional fines that we found in other locations about missed deadlines and having to re-inspect. We found that in the other communities. We didn't see any community that parceled out the fees depending on the past performance. I think it's just too cumbersome. It's all on a unit type basis.
Dennis.
We're looking at the need to raise rental registration fees based on the fact that it is felt that we need to have more inspections going on more quickly. And one of the things that's hampering the cycle that was originally imagined is repeat violations. At this time, with the city budget being under close declining declining revenue in several different fields of income for the city, it doesn't seem to me the opportune time to create a completely new, fully paid staff position in this field. And I would rather see that perhaps if the fee might be raised only very slightly, not even as much as is proposed by staff, and perhaps a solution, maybe a compromise, would be to create a half-time position so that we would have at least a half-staff person more, and maybe that person's job could be to follow the most complex cases. And I'm also noticing that the position is considered to be supervisory, which would require then a higher wage level of payment. So I'm wondering why the new position is supervisory rather than assistance level to the current inspection. So what I'm thinking is go with the half-time position, avoid the full burden of staff and all the benefits that are required of it, and still accomplish a lot of what was intended, which is to return to a more normal inspection schedule, and yet have somebody on hand who can handle specific cases more carefully.
Libby, I don't know if you want to answer that. I know you had something in mind.
It's not just about the numbers. We want to get the numbers increased, and that involves the manpower of the inspectors, but it's really about the approach to code enforcement. And I think the previous item that you've heard and the extended work that we did in your ward and Urbana Townhomes, and now with some of the properties in Diane Marlin's ward, just shows that we need a different level of expertise and oversight to deal with the problems that we have. So also looking at just the huge range of responsibilities that our inspectors have, it's really a very big program that's got crucial importance for the safety of our housing stock, but also more and more involves these problem properties, and they are very difficult to deal with. They take skills that go well beyond the construction, the repair skills that you might ordinarily find in an inspector. Our hope in advancing this to a third inspector at the supervisor level would be to really retool the program so that we could get better results with these problem properties and get better results in terms of our inspection schedules. So I think we might be able to get more inspections done with a half-time, but I don't think that we would be able to retool our program the way I think it needs to be retooled. And I'm speaking as a manager and assessing this and just looking at the changes since 2007 in our properties and the challenges that we have, where before we didn't have all these vacant properties, we didn't have all these foreclosures, we didn't have these banks and their involvement, some of the legal difficulties. We didn't have the extensive work that we need to do with our legal division. So the job has really changed. It's really, the quality of the job has really changed. And that's why we put this forward, not just in terms of the volume of the work, but the type of the work.
Libby, if I could ask a question here. In terms of the incentive here that's being offered, is it a one-time thing, or could somebody, every time they get, they're going to get inspected, they get a 1-year rebate essentially, but they're going to get inspected every 3 years. So 2 years out of 3, they'd be making a payment. Is that the way you envision this?
Well, in addition, they won't be, right now they're not inspected as frequently. They go to a lower priority, but it would be a one-time waiver. That's how it's structured, because we did want to keep the financial integrity of the program.
Okay, so it's just a one-time thing, and they can get it again, but after, okay, so but they'll pay, okay, so when your number here of how much you expect to get back based on this includes a calculation based on, okay, so you've included the calculation based on incentives with all this. Okay, thank you. Other questions, Eric?
What fraction of the rental units in our city do the unpaid fines represent?
Well, we have unpaid fines from 4 or 5 property owners.
Mm-hmm. And how many?
You mean you're talking about the
units.
Rental fines, or are you talking about other city fines?
I'm talking about rental fines.
Yeah, we are seem to be ticketing the same property owners.
Yeah,
on the
but
fines.
how many units do those property owners manage, and what fraction is that of the entire city stock?
We could find that information out, but anything here would be just a guess, really. I have no, I mean, I couldn't quantify
Well, the
that.
Platinum, that's like 200 units,
Well,
maybe?
I wrote down 200 because that was my guess, but I have no idea. I don't
And
have, is it close to 200?
did the Elm Street pay their ticket?
No.
Then that increases that.
On that
quite a bit.
property, though, it's on the property that they got the ticket for, it's 8 units. 8 or 10 units on that property.
Yeah, but that owner has thousands of units.
But we haven't given that owner any other tickets.
No, but this is my question. For the property owners who have accrued unpaid tickets for fines, what fraction of our housing stock, our rental housing stock in units, do those property owners manage? And the reason I ask is I'm trying to do in my head a question. Suppose we kept the rental registration fee constant for everybody else. How much would we have to raise the fee on them in order to be able to hire this new inspector?
I don't think that would have to be raised quite a bit if it's just the one.
Well, there are 4 companies, I think I heard John say.
If you have 25 tickets and only 4 of those are by other companies.
No. I'm saying if a company has an unpaid fine, how many units does that company manage? And if you add up all the units that are managed by the companies that have unpaid fines, what fraction is that of our housing stock, of our rental housing stock?
Are you saying that you would consider raising the rental registration fee for every unit that company owns if they have one unpaid fine on one property? Is that
You
what you're
bet.
saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Could we do that? Is
That'd be one way to get the fines paid.
Legally, I guess my question is.
I don't think
it's
for a $100 fine, I don't think you're going to be able to charge $60,000.
Right. In rental registration fees. Why? Would that be illegal?
Well, I guess the problem is if somebody owns 10 properties and on one property they have a small problem, then the issue would be one of raising the fee on all 10 properties when it's just one, and the one property has a minor problem. That could possibly be something that they would challenge, because they could have 9 absolutely flawless Class A properties.
Is that the actual case? Do we see that pattern?
Yeah, sure. Possibly.
Dennis, we have a half hour left. We have 4 other items we need to get done. We need to wrap this one up or keep in committee. So, Dennis.
Yeah, and really there's a difference between a fine and a fee. The fees, I think, have to be administered evenly across the board to be fair. A fine is a punishment for lack of compliance, and so we can't use the fee structure to as if it were a fine, which is, I think, what Eric is thinking about doing. I don't think that's going to work out, Eric. Although it's, it's a clever idea, but I just don't think it's going to work out.
No.
Yeah, I think we need three inspectors. I'm not comfortable with the amount that the additional fee per multifamily unit is being raised. I'd rather not see that be $20 from 12 to 20. I'd be okay with 15. And if there's not enough money to cover it, I think we need to find money from other areas to cover the third inspector. So I don't know how other people feel, but that's a start.
Dan.
I think that's a good start. I think we do need the third inspector. I think you can look at this rental property registration as something that does the community good, and I think we need it for the good of the community. We have 8,900 rental units. It affects every single neighborhood in the city, and as I said, the single biggest issue in my ward is the impact of lack of maintenance and management of these properties, and it's all tied together. And we're not talking just about properties, we're talking about crime and litter and noise and disruption and lower quality of life and lower property values. I've got condos on certain streets that sold for $105,000 in 2007, and they're now selling for $54,000 and $62,000. So this is a serious issue, and if we don't get back on top of the maintaining these properties, we're losing quality of life. It's a quality of life issue, and I think it's as valid as an expense as any other public safety. And I view this as a public safety priority, just like I value the police and fire. So I don't know what that would work out if it was a $15 increase. That seems like a more reasonable
Okay, well,
increase.
maybe they can run and make that calculation. We do have one person from the public to speak to this before I forget, so let them. Brian Snyder from the Central Illinois Rental Property Professionals. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. It's Brian Snyder. I actually have a rental property in this town in 901 East Delaware in Urbana, but I'm here. I'm president of the Central Illinois Rental Property Professionals, which was formerly the Central Illinois Apartment Association. And we are here to state our case. We don't believe that the rental registration should be raised at all. We think in this time, date, and economy, we don't think that it should be raised. We also don't think that there should be a hire. We don't think that it's feasible at this time, given your budget woes well publicized. Hiring an additional person probably doesn't make sense right now. But I think that we will work with you on thinking out of the box to try to help the problem. You know, no one's approached us before, and we own them all, and so I would be certainly open to sit down with someone and talk about what the problems are. And I think that you virtually stated our case earlier by saying that a few of the property owners are the problem. If you take a look at the memorandum, 55% of the 3,500 inspections were for other things. And even if you talk to the inspectors, a few bad apples are taking up all their time. So to increase the to increase the fee for the good landlords, and it's 75% on the apartments if it goes from $12 to $20. That's a lot. And someone like CPM in town, that's a lot of money. I mean, it really is. And this day and age, it just isn't feasible. So I want to go on record as an organization. We do not want to see the fees raised, or we don't want to hire anyone else additional. We don't think it's needed. And we'll go on record by saying we'll work with anyone on trying to think out of the box to help solve your problems.
Questions? Diane?
How do you get your fellow property owners to maintain their buildings and manage their properties if they're not a member of your association and have no interest in participating?
Well, I don't have a solution, for that. I mean, obviously fines, and I think that you're on the right track. I mean, if you are going to go after the few bad apples, don't make the rest of us pay, and create a fine or create a way that it's more difficult for them to do business if, in fact, that it's hurting your neighborhoods in doing that. I mean, there is personal pride with these people owning property. Some people don't have it, and I don't know how you fix that, other than you go after their pocketbook.
I'm sorry, could you repeat again the context in which you mentioned CPM?
Oh, well, the additional cost per room for the unit. I mean, it's going to cost them a lot more money just because of the amount of rooms and what they have in this town.
Yeah, they may not be the people we're most sympathetic to.
Oh, well, maybe that was a bad example then, huh?
That was a terrible Dennis.
Sorry, okay, I'll thank someone at Gillespie. How's that then? So, there you go.
This is not a question for our speaker, but no. Wait for that.
Am I done?
Done. We've got to get done. Take 2 minutes, please, since you've already spoken once before.
Truly on a different issue. I spoke on this last time we were here. Again, Neil Malone, on behalf of the Champaign County Association of Realtors. A couple quick things. One, I think the point was, when you see both the tenant groups, Esther Pat's group, and the rental property owners agreeing on something completely, that this is targeted. The base line of this is a cost of doing business to participate as a landlord. This does not differentiate at all between good landlords and bad landlords. So this is an increase on the good landlords, just as it is on the bad. So that 2 or 3% of the just rough numbers. If you've got 8,900 properties and you're talking about 100, 200, 300 properties, that's fewer than 5% of the folks in the marketplace. That other 95% pays this fee. The last ordinance on fees and enforcement for problem properties, I had zero problem with because that is going after those people that Councilperson Marlin was talking about. Those are those problem properties.
You have
hammer
1
them.
minute, Mr. Malone.
Okay. You hammer them with fees. Hammer them and hammer them and hammer them again. And when they don't pay them, you put a lien on their property. When they don't pay that, you take that property. That's how you get them. Well, I'm saying, but that there are remedies in state law, and we've done enhancements over the last several general assemblies, working with ARPOA, which is the state organization for the rental property owners, my organization, the tenant groups, on remedies to go after bad properties. The problem with this particular ordinance is this affects all rental property owners, and to increase those fees on the good landlords as well as the bad is just that cost gets passed through to the tenant, and they end up paying for it. To answer your question earlier, Councilman Jacobson, there is that difference legally between the equity of a fee versus the severity of a penalty. You didn't hear a peep out of me when it was the severity of the penalty issue. I don't like when bad landlords make my clients look bad because they're grouped together. So to me, there are apples and oranges issues, though.
Any questions for Mr. Malone?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Diane? Oh, okay. We need a motion here. Thank you.
Of course.
We need a motion. Dennis, Diane, who's got one?
Well, I'll move it just so we'll see where we are. Let me read it.
Did anybody calculate the effect of making it 15 instead of 20 on that one?
I'm certain that we will work with what we can get. I just want to do a good job for the city and bring us up to norms in terms of the fees. We're below norm. Staffing, we're below norm. We need to do a better job. And so whatever you can help us to do a better job, I will do my best.
John, do you have a back of the envelope calculation? No. Diane, do you have a motion?
Sure. I will move ordinance number 2013-08-076 to send this to council with a recommendation for approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Eric.
So I have been persuaded that there may not be an equitable way to levy this fee, and we may be forced back to the Bible verse that the rain falls on the just and the unjust alike.
You get they get a 1 year off here if they're good. So keep that in mind. Bill.
One question for Libby on you said one-time rebate, but if it changes hands or something, I mean, one time every 5 years or something for if you get an A on an apartment building, you get your money back the next, or you don't have to pay the next year. Could we do it something like one time every 5 years, no more than?
We could do that.
I mean, the way it is now, it's like any time, I don't see a one-time mention in here, so it looks to me like any time they're inspected, which may only be one time every 5 years, they would not have to pay the next year. So that, I don't know. If there needs to be some clarification there, maybe we could leave that. And if there needs to be, maybe add that next week. But I would offer an amendment to lower the additional fee per multifamily unit from $20 to $15.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Yeah, no. Okay, that motion dies for lack of a second. Okay, there's a motion to send this to council with request to double check would you accept that as a friendly amendment to check the frequency of the free year?
Oh, to clarify the registration holiday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's accepted as a friendly amendment.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, this is kind of difficult, but I feel like I'm totally supporting of the fine being very difficult and very hard for people who don't comply, but I don't see that we need to raise the fee.
okay. Mike?
Just real quickly, I'm with Dennis. I'm with the last two speakers. Really, all of this that I could support would be 11E through I, which are the late registration penalties. The the increases in the failure to register, the reinspection fees, and those types of things. But in terms of the initial registration, that's just an increased cost to the bottom line of a whole lot of good business people in this town, and I understand what the staff is trying to do here, and I do appreciate it, but I just think this is not the right way to get at it. I think fines or late fees are more acceptable.
Okay. All those in favor of sending this to council?
Aye.
Aye.
Maybe we ought to have a roll call.
Well, I'll just show of hands, please. Those in favor? Opposed? 3-3, so it's tied. We don't go anywhere then. Diane?
That's not to say we can't look for funds elsewhere in the budget to fund this position. Correct?
Or we can also keep this in committee till we have the mayor and another council member here as well. Another motion would be in order, or this dies.
Well, I move we keep this in committee then.
Is there a second? I'll second that. Can I second? I can't second it. Somebody else second it? No?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Diane, seconded by Dennis. Any debate on keeping this in committee?
And we can all scour the budget in the meantime
Okay.
and have perhaps a combination of a slight fee increase and find some other funds. How's that?
Eric?
I guess I'd like to maybe ask the staff if they could do something else creative, although I realize that it's unconventional. And this would be, could we possibly keep the fees the same, but add to the fine schedule, in addition to the other fines we have, a penalty to be paid out over 3 years that would be sufficient to hire somebody for 3 years?
Okay, well, there's a motion to keep this in committee, which we'd revisit in a couple weeks. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Okay, we have Brad Bennett, who's been waiting patiently, I think, among others. So that stays in committee. Next up is ordinance number 2013-977, an ordinance amending Urbana City Code, Chapter 16, Section 16.7, regarding noise and vibrations to clarify when construction operations are prohibited. This is a no-brainer.
Yeah, but we have no brains left.
Oh, good. That's why the easy ones are left for the very end.
Okay, this is just a clarification change to the ordinance. And incidentally, the ordinance in the agenda is the title of the ordinance. That isn't the title. It's in your packet, just to make that clarification. But we did not, in a change made in the floor on May, there was an omission to define when noise would not be permitted on Sundays. This ordinance corrects that lack of clarification, and we recommend that this amendment be approved.
So moved.
Mike. Okay, it's moved by Mike, second by Diane to send to the council with a recommendation for approval. Dennis.
And Bill, this doesn't affect Sunday morning being a quiet time up till noon, right?
No, there was no beginning time at the evening hour.
Right.
So
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that goes to council. Next up is ordinance number 2013-979, an ordinance amending Urbana City Code, Chapter 5, Article 11, flood hazard areas.
Yeah, thank you. My name's excuse me. My name is Brad Bennett. I'm a senior civil engineer in the Public Works Department. What I'm here to talk about this evening is a new update to an ordinance that we're looking at adopting. To give you a little bit of background, FEMA, which is the Federal Emergency Management Agency, among responding to disasters, one of their other duties is to prepare floodplain insurance rate maps for the entire country, as well as run the National Flood Insurance Protection Program. Our area, which is long overdue, is finally getting new updated flood insurance rate maps. If any of you are familiar with the old ones, they were on papers. Ours dated back to 1980s. You can see this as an example of what they look like. You can see they're not the most easily usable product. Going with modernization in the new digital age, FEMA has jumped into that platform, and the new flood insurance rate maps are digital. You can see we can overlay our aerial photography. We can turn contours on. We can show property lines. It's a digital product, so it'll be much more available to the public. So our new maps here in Urbana become effective on October 2nd, 2013. So that's kind of the first part of the equation for this. The second part is as part of the National Flood Insurance Program, in addition to these maps that FEMA prepares for that program that allows property owners to purchase flood insurance, the city has to have certain ordinances in place to regulate development within the floodplain and floodway, and that's what the motion is before you. We got a letter, and it's in your council packet, that FEMA has requested that we update our ordinances to match what their new model requirements are. We've worked with the local state representative, which is the Illinois Department of Natural Resources Office of Water Resources, and our attorney, Kurt Borman, have worked to prepare that ordinance to meet their satisfaction. The consequence if we don't adopt these changes would be we would not be eligible to participated in the National Flood Insurance Program, so property owners could not voluntarily participate. It would also affect mortgage lenders, because most mortgage lenders require for properties located in the floodplain floodway that as part of that mortgage, flood insurance is purchased. So, it would be staff's recommendation to go ahead and approve that ordinance. We have to have that adopted before October 2nd, or we would lose our coverage. I'll also mention I worked with John Snyder. We took this and presented this material to the Building and Safety Board of Appeals on September 5th, since they're the agency that grants the variances, for any development within the floodplain. So we want to make sure they were on board with it, and they approved it by a vote of 4-0 to recommend passing it along to council. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Real quick, are these digital maps publicly available?
Yeah, in fact, let me go ahead and show you. I got 2 platforms I can show you. The first one is we've got up on our website here. It's an article, and it's got a link that you can click to take you actually to the FEMA site, which this is the FEMA site, and you can go through and actually look at them on the FEMA website. The other thing, if you go on the county GIS server, you can actually look. Currently what they have on here is they haven't put on the new floodplains, the 2013, they have the existing one on there. But I assume once the new one comes into effect, it will be on there. So, with it being a digital format, it'll be much more accessible to the public than the old paper maps that you had to go to the library.
Then I would move we send ordinance number 2013-09-079, an ordinance amending Urbana City Code Chapter 5, Article 11, flood hazard areas, to council with a recommendation for approval.
I'll second.
Moved by Diane, seconded by Dennis. Any further discussion? Other questions for Brad? Thanks for being so patient, Brad. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That goes to council. Next up is Resolution 0946R, resolution approving an Illinois Environmental Protection Agency notice of intent for Phase 2 of the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System Stormwater Program.
And what this is we're required by the state of Illinois to get a permit for our stormwater discharges. We started this process back in 2003. Each permit cycle is 5 years, so this will be our third permit cycle. It'll take us through 2018 and 19. As part of that process, we have to prepare this notice of intent, which is basically a list of all the activities we plan to do to demonstrate that we're improving water quality, removing the pollution from our stormwater discharges. So what you have before you tonight is that document that lists out. There's a total of 43 activities that we've agreed to do. It does include the credit and incentive programs that we incorporated as part of the stormwater fee. Those fall under the post-construction best management area within the document. So, it would be staff's recommendation to pass that. We're supposed to submit that to EPA before September 30th, though the new permit that those activities would have to be completed under doesn't start till March 2014.
Questions for Brad? I have a quick one. Dennis, looking at Dennis. Brad, I see a better and higher quality sort of capture system or something being put over drains, which during construction, like for example on Main Street, I bicycle right by them, and the same thing on the work on Race Street. Those are mandated by.
They're actually by our local ordinance.
Okay.
We actually require that. You're talking about the drop-in baskets that
right,
sit
yeah,
inside.
the various things that they're there to block the flow of dirt into the gutters.
Yeah, we actually require that as part of our erosion control and sediment.
Okay, and there are specified ones that there's certain quality or whatever they have to do their job. Okay.
I'll be honest, we still struggle with developers. They all want to take the silt fabric and lay it under the lid and drop the lid on top of it because the baskets are more expensive. So we're constantly working to get developers and contractors to use the correct one.
Okay. So that's probably why I see the correct ones being used now. Okay.
Yeah, we're putting the hammer on them.
Okay. Motion, questions, Dennis?
Yeah, I think this is a good direction for the city. I support the attempt to keep the water pure. So I move that resolution 2013-09-046R be sent to council with approval.
Second.
Moved by Dennis, seconded by Eric. Further discussion? Oh, Bill.
Just a plug-in to for Brad and his staff, and also the other communities that are part of the MS4 group. You know, we do get together on a quarterly or more often basis. The programs that we've developed over the last 10 years are recognized throughout the state as being really good best management practices, and I think we're blessed and fortunate to have a real good cooperative nature among the communities, all more or less on the same page, trying to improve the water quality in our areas. So that's number one. Number two is that next week from Tuesday, there's a Green Infrastructure Conference. It's a free conference at the I Hotel, and that will be a day-long presentations, some case studies, and also advancements in water quality improvements. There's an agenda out, and
it's on the website.
It's on the website, but again, Brad has had a hand in putting this program together, and we do this every other year, particularly targeting engineers, architects, developers, other interested parties in land activities. So that's it.
And council members have been invited.
Yes. Feel free to attend. It'll be a good lunch.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that goes off to council. Last but not least is ordinance
Charlie,
number. Yes.
a
We've got-
parliamentary question.
Yes.
If I could move to reconsider the ordinance on the schedule of fees and offer a different amendment.
Yes. Could we get this other one out of the way and then come back to that?
Okay.
Yeah. We won't. Okay. We won't adjourn then. Let me just get this one done. An ordinance 2013-985, an ordinance to approve the purchase of certain right-of-way north of current northerly terminus of Lincoln Avenue as part of the Olympian Drive construction project. Is this yours, Bill?
It is. Before you is an opportunity to enter into a sales agreement with MACC of Illinois Incorporated. Over a year ago, they contacted us, and we're in the process of subdividing some land that they own, and they knew of the proposed North Lincoln Avenue improvements, which is a 1-mile stretch that would connect to the existing sailing court up to the proposed Olympian Drive. We negotiated before you this agreement. They've signed the agreement. Staff and legal engineering have met with them on multiple occasions to come up with this language that we're certainly comfortable with. There's about 7 acres of land that we're in the process of purchasing. The east limit, if you will, is a stream. The west limit is actually the boundary of a new subdivision that occurred, a 6-acre parcel of a demolition and construction recycling business that's planned to be built there. So it's our recommendation to approve this ordinance for the mayor to enter into an agreement here. The actual closing of the property would not occur until a later time. I wanted to outline the basic costs for the project and keep in mind that there is a local share and the cost for this improvement along with the county. The county and the city are equal partners in this project. Again, earlier this year in May, when I was the Champaign County First Group went to D.C., we were working with our congressmen and senators about possible additional federal funding for this project. It may happen, it may not, but that would certainly reduce the local share. But just to be clear, it would be local dollars. It would pay for the right-of-way cost in this case. So, and again, the construction tentatively is listed in the memo here. So that's it.
Mike.
I'm just wondering, Bill, looking at the map, can you tell me what the width of the parcel is?
No, but before Monday I could tell you. I know it's 7 acres. It's a few hundred feet wide, but it's varied, as you could tell. It's a variable width.
Yeah.
The west property is due north-south, but the east is irregular, so I could give you the range.
I was just wondering, and you say a few hundred feet, is it really necessary to have that wide of a right-of-way? Does the city need that much property?
Good question. The remainder is unusable, so the developer, or I should say the owner, it
All or
doesn't
none.
do them any good.
Okay.
Secondly, is that we would be able to manage that floodplain, because it is partially in the floodplain now. And we would allow the road to be built, on the western side of the parcel, and we would manage that floodplain in a way that would be, again, in keeping with some of the principles that Brad just mentioned a minute ago. So, but it's a floodplain piece, and there's higher ground if you go there to see it. So, they wanted to sell the entire parcel to the center line.
Yeah, I've been out there a few times, but I've never
You
paid
have, yeah.
particular attention to the floodplain. So $30,000 an acre, that's
an average of the, but yes,
fairly
over
standard.
the 7 acres.
Okay.
Well, the high ground was higher and the low ground was lower, but that's
Okay.
the average.
Do we have to enter into an actual purchase agreement, or does the city have the ability to option depending upon what happens with the other parcels owned by the other folks? I mean, do we end up getting stuck with this or do we ultimately condemn if there's no agreement on the rest? How does that work?
Lots of questions, but
Yeah, sorry.
It's good to lock in the price now because the price continues to go up.
So an option, under an option, it could be higher later.
So we have a 2% cap per year, max, which is good. Number one. Number two is they do want to sell because the balance of the land they own to the east, they want to subdivide that and sell that off too. So they didn't want to leave this hanging.
Sure.
It's clearly in the right of way for what we need. So the fact that we don't have the cash this moment to pay for it, but they're willing to sell at a later date, is in our interest and in their interest. So we didn't want to miss the opportunity, and who knows what may happen 1 or 2 or 3 years from now.
No,
So-
it makes sense to me.
Okay, we're about to turn into pumpkins, so we need a motion to extend time. Diane?
I move we extend time by 15 minutes.
Okay.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to extend this meeting 15 minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, a motion on this would be in order. Diane?
I move ordinance number 2013-09-085 to council with a recommendation for approval.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Diane, seconded by Dennis to send this to council. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that goes to council. Bill?
Yeah, I'd like
The
to move to
engineers can go home.
reconsider ordinance number 2013-08-076, an ordinance amending the Urbana City Code, Chapter 14, Section 14.7 regarding schedule of fees, annual rental property registration.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to reconsider. It's done by one of the people who kept this from going forward, so I think that's legit. All those in favor of reconsideration, signal by
Aye.
saying aye.
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 Oh, aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, so it's 4-2 to reconsider. Bill, you have the floor.
I'd like to, well, I think we're, might be under a deadline of October 1st for rental registration fees renewal. I'd like to offer an amendment to change the additional fee per multifamily unit from $20 to $16. Is there a second?
Half price. Diane, did you catch that? Or instead of being 20, it would be 16 in the
What are you asking?
Oh, Bill's made a motion
I'm looking
to.
for a second.
Yeah, he's looking for a section.
Didn't work last
Oh,
time.
you're just asking for a second? I'll second for purposes of discussion, but it's
Okay.
hard to know without knowing what the numbers are. What
Well,
the
we can
impact is.
send this to council and we'll get numbers reported and, at least they'll have some money to work with and would find the rest.
Yeah, I seconded.
So it's been moved by Bill and seconded by Dan to, was the motion to send this to council with that change?
Yes.
Okay. So it'd be 16 instead of 20 for the multi-unit line on that. Mike?
Well, before we vote on this, I would also like to consider an amendment. So is this the appropriate time for that?
So if you want to amend the main motion, we have a main motion on the floor, which is to do this with a $16 number. So why don't you go ahead and offer your amendment then?
So I move to amend the motion by striking from the ordinance the fee increases embodied in 11A, B, C, and D. Strike those increases in their entirety.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll go there.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to strike 11A, B, C, and D, which is the source of the funding for this. Is there any further discussion of that? Do you want to speak to it, Mike?
Well, yeah, I guess my point being, and I understand where Bill's coming from. I mean, I'm just not for raising these baseline fees on all landlords. But, you know, if in the spirit of allowing this to move forward to the council, and this being the crux of the problem, we, just by striking it, that doesn't preclude the council from modifying those fees next week. Although I still wouldn't I probably still won't be in favor of them, but in the spirit of moving this along and keeping intact the late fees, the late penalties, the reinspection fees, this moves the ordinance to the council for consideration. So that's the genesis of my motion.
Any further discussion on the amendment, which strikes these four pieces? Dennis?
So what you have then is you haven't changed the existing fees. They stand where as they are, but late fees and reinspection fees change. Okay. I can support that.
Okay. Any further discussion of that? All those in favor of the amendment to the main motion?
Would you restate that, please?
Okay. The amendment would simply strike the increases in
A through D.
A through D. It would leave them at the current levels and simply add items E through I. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
No. So it's 3-3. So the amendment fails. Okay, so we have a main motion which sends this to council with A, B, C, and D intact with the increases, except that for additional fee per multi-unit, it would be 16 instead of 20. Further discussion of that.
And this is to send this to council with a recommendation for approval.
Right. Of course, we can do with it what we... Yeah, right, yeah. Okay. All those in favor of sending this to council with as originally proposed, please signify by saying aye.
This is with Bill's amendment.
Yes.
This is Bill's
Okay.
version.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
With the you don't support the 16. Or show of hands. Those in favor of sending this to council with $16 instead of 20. Opposed? Okay, it fails. Seeing no further business, this meeting's adjourned.